Good morning, everybody. We're gonna get started here, but first off, I just want to thank everybody for joining us here today in Rosetown. We do also are broadcasting this event virtually, so welcome to everybody that's joining online. So it's really nice to have that option to have people come together, but also be able to share it with people that can make it in. So I've got Brett Spate with us here today. He's our VP Retail Relationships. He's going to introduce Brad in a minute. But I just want to first take a couple minutes to talk about Prairie Center for a second. So, Prairie Center, so we're obviously our main branch is located here in Rosetown, but we do have 16 branches located across Saskatchewan. So, we do have a real strong focus and commitment to rural Saskatchewan, and that's really where our focus is right now. So, we have about 17,000 members, and we have about 170 staff members across our different locations too. So, yeah, as I mentioned earlier, so our over the past few years, our growth has really come from both a combination of organic and mergers. We welcomed the Leroy Credit Union a couple of years ago, but 2023 was probably one of our most sort of a flat growth year. So we more or less saw a little bit of growth on the loan side, but our assets were fairly flat, and part of that is due to the, I guess what you guys all know is sort of the poor growing conditions across many of our locations. So we're optimistic about the future, and really excited to have Brad here show us kind of what we can expect for 2024. So Brad, I'll turn it over to you.
I can yell really loud. Great, thanks, Adam. So before I introduce Brad, just a little bit of housekeeping. So for those of you online, if you have any questions, you can't see because the camera won't point, but I'm way at the back monitoring the Zoom chat. So if you have any questions, if you put them in the Zoom chat, I will make sure they get asked. For those of you in attendance here, what we'd ask is if you do have a question, if you could please raise your hand, and Adam has graciously agreed to run a microphone. We did hear last year that some of the questions in person couldn't be heard online, so we want to make sure that those questions are heard for those in attendance virtually. So if you could just put up your hand, Adam or somebody will run a microphone to you so we can make sure everybody hears the question. If you haven't entered, there are two door prizes. If you're lucky, we might take care of your Valentine's for you today with some lovely flowers, and there's another basket as well. So coffee, donuts over there, and we'll be bringing lunch in around noon. Looking forward to that. So more information to come as we get closer. With all that housekeeping, the boring stuff out of the way, I'm very excited to introduce Brad Magnusson. So Brad is the founding partner of the Magnusson Consulting Group. He provides outlook all across North America regarding the agricultural commodities market and beyond. He brings a great deal of expertise, and he might look familiar to many of you. And the reason is because we've brought Brad in before. And the reason we continue to bring Brad back is because he does add so much value and provides so much information. It's so great to have him. I know he shared with me yesterday via phone. He loves coming to Rosetown. Well, Brad, we really love having you. So I'm excited to pass it over to Brad Magnusson.
Morning, everybody. Thanks, Brett. How is everybody this morning? Good? Good? Good. Not great, just good. Just. Canola price has to go up to be great, right? And lentils. Okay, we're going to be talking about a lot of things this morning. My topic is thriving on chaos. How do we pick through all the noise that we get in the ag markets? And what is truth? What is fact? One of the things that I'm going to try to do this morning is to identify the whys. Why is markets doing what they're doing? And we're going to go back in history. We're going to talk a little bit about the history of commodity cycles, and hopefully give you an idea where we're headed in 2024-25. As Brett said, if you just raise your hand if you're here, throw something at me, preferably a muffin. But anyways, if online, just make sure that you're recording it online, and then Brett will be able to bring it up to us so we can answer those questions. So without further ado, let's get started. We're going to talk about commodity cycles. We're going to talk about the economic outlook. What does that look like on a global basis, a national basis, a local level? We're going to do the grain outlook and the cattle outlook. It's sort of where we're going to see what we're going to talk about. Now, what I have in front of you right now is a chart dating back to about 2000. Within that chart, we can see this is historical wheat prices. They're U.S. wheat prices. They're based on the futures. But if we take a look at 2000 up to, say, 2007, 2008, we see there was a very big overall general increase in price. In fact, if we take the mean at about $4.50 up to pretty close to $12, that would be about a 66% increase. So that cycle or that price increased that much, about 66%. The problem is whatever goes up must come down, right? And identifying, though, where we are in that cycle is very, very important to us. If we go to let's go to the 2020, what we identify is we had about a 62% increase going up. Now, the issue with that is that we're starting to come down the backside of the cycle. A cycle in agriculture and commodities lasts around about 10 years. It can be 8 years, it can be 14 years, it changes, but generally on an 8-year cycle. Now, why am I telling you this? Well, because we are on the backside of that cycle, and we still actually have room to go in what direction? Down, okay? Now, a lot of people say, well, that's only about 20 years. Well, okay. Let's see. And what has happened historically? Now, one of the things that I'm going to talk about today is I have in this chart here, I have a 10-year average price. Let's concentrate on lentils to start off with. The 10-year average price of lentils, price per bushel, would be about $17.23. That's a 10-year cycle. Now, these prices are actually farm gate prices, okay? They're not futures. They're not something that needs transportation. This is right to the farm. But the 5-year average would be $16.98. Now, the 3-year average would be about $20.65. So it gives you an idea of the lentils. Let's move to canola. Canola was, on a 10-year, was $12.47. Now, why am I telling you that? Because canola is sitting at around $14, $14.25, $14.50. But if you're like me, who has seen $26 canola, does $14 sound very good? No. Everybody shake your head, look intelligent to your neighbor, okay? Just agree with me. Make me look good, okay? In fact, if we take a look at the 5-year average is $13.89. The 3-year average, though, jumps up to $15.87. Now, the 3 years obviously is better than we are right now. On the wheat side, the 10-year average is only about $7, $6.97, midpoint Saskatchewan. The 5-year average is about $7.94, let's call it $8. And the 3-year average is $8.90 on farm, and that would be for a 1-2 combination, number 1, number 2 wheat. Again, what am I trying to show you is that although the prices are not as high as they were 2 years ago, they're actually higher than average. And if we look at this chart, I've showed you this chart before, this is a cyclical cycle from 1795. Remember that, Al? 1795? You and me, man. I got up this morning, I felt like it was I remember 1795. But it's interesting because, this is probably In all the years that I've been in economics, so pretty close to 40 years, this is probably the most important chart I've ever seen. And why is it so important is, first of all, it goes from 1795 all the way out to March 2008. But what it does is it charts prices year over year. For example, if between 1795 and 1796, if the price of commodities, grain, went up, we would chart it on the upper axis. If it went down by percentages, we would then record it on the bottom axis. Now, what's so interesting is it charts agriculture products, which is going to be cattle, hogs, corn, wheat, canola, whatever. All of the metals, so that would be your copper, nickel, platinum, uranium, steel, coal, coke, for making steel, not the coke you guys are thinking about. Okay, that was funny, come on. Fuels and lighting, and it charts it literally by year. And then we take all of those, agriculture products, metals, fuels and lighting, we put them together. Now, one of the things that you quickly realize is that oil or fuel and lighting goes up the highest, look at 1812, and then goes the lowest. The more it goes up, the more it goes down. And the interesting part about that is that the longer it stays down, the higher it goes, the longer it takes to recover, dating from 1795. Okay, the other thing that we realize when we rip this chart apart, we realize that oil moves first. So if oil's going to, if we've got starting to become a very buoyant global economy, what will end up happening is oil will move first about 9 months, 12 months before everything else. And then metals starts to move. So your copper, your platinum, your uranium, your aluminum, your mid-grade steel starts to move. After that, then we see agriculture. But think about it logically on a global basis. That what ends up happening is that we start to get a little bit of demand globally. And where is the big demand in the world? We always say it, right? Is China. China is the biggest buyer of agriculture, biggest buyer of metals, biggest buyer of everything. Remember, between 68 and 82% of all the beans, canola grown for export goes to China. So let's argue that they have a strong economy. Then we start to move goods. That means that we're going to need fuel. Once we get those goods into China, China produces them and sells us back everything in Walmart, right? Okay, then what happens is the metals, as that starts to take off, that global economy takes off, we start to see demand for the copper, the aluminum, the steel. Once we sell those products, then we start globally buying agriculture, buying food. That's how the world works and works for the last 4,500 years, apparently. Okay, the other thing that we realize is that a cycle, let's see if I can, in a cycle is basically 10 years. But within, at times, there is what we call a super cycle. The perfect example is take a look at about 1876, 1877, all the way out to about 1914. That was the U.S. Industrial Revolution. Now, in fact, what ends up happening in there, you have small 10-year cycles, but overall, it's between 25 and 35 years of just continuously more and more upward movement, which is quite interesting because, and we see that again when we go through World War I and World War II, so 1935 out to about 1965, so about 30 years, where we continually go up, and then we go up very high, but then we have to come down on the backside of that cycle. So it's a cycle. Okay, now why am I telling you this? Because we are actually right now in a super cycle. We are in a overall movement up, regardless of what's happened today, or what's happened from 2021 or 2020 to today, we are still in a movement upwards. Does that make sense to everybody? So within the cycle, we're on the backside of the 10-year cycle, but overall, we're still on that movement up. Everybody with me? Just Greg, shake your head. Come on. Come on. I want to see you guys are awake. It's hard this morning getting you guys. It's Valentine's Day. You guys, all the guys are worried about, are they getting flowers or what? Like, ladies? We won't even go there. Okay, now why do I show you this? Because now I'm going to prove it to you. Let's take a look. Now, the date that I want you to remember is July the 19th of 2019. That's how I remember it. 1919 July. Okay, and that date is very, very important to us. Let's take a look at mid-grade copper, or high-grade copper, sorry, mid-grade, high-grade copper. Now, I've always taught you guys, why does Brad always first look at copper before I look at agriculture? Remember, I'm an ag guy. We farm a lot of land. I want to know what the price of wheat is going to be, but I can't until I look at the base commodities. Why copper? Why do you think we use copper as a benchmark? It's in everything. It's in everything, from electrical equipment, from your cell phone to your tractor, right? Do you need copper wiring for your tractors? Right? Your combines. Your X9 that what did you buy, 3 or 4 of them this year? Well, they're so cheap, come on. So we look at copper as, if China is going to build something, if John Deere is going to build an X9, what do they have to source 9 months before? Copper. Copper is in everything, okay? Now, we can follow then the global economy by just simply looking at one commodity. But we're going to look at more. But if we follow, let's start back in 2004. From 2004 to 2000, there's where we are. The bottom of the market in this one was about June of 2016. We did bottom back out in 2020, but that is COVID. That's a black swan event. Now, in economics, we eliminate the black swan event because it is something, it was relatively short, but it wasn't cycle. It was something that was affecting agriculture, affecting the base metals. But of course, with COVID, what happened to demand? It collapsed. But then it came right back on, and the reason why it went from, say, $1.80 up to about $4.80 was the China house was still building a lot. Globally, we had a strong U.S. economy, we had a strong Canadian economy, and we continued, and it went back up. But then we start to come down the backside of the cycle, and you can see that happening in high-grade copper. If we go to mid-grade steel, what you see as well, there's your bottom, there's your July of 2019. It was a little bit later, September, October of 2019. But it bottomed out, it's come up, and now it's coming back down. Why is it coming back down? Why is copper coming back down? Because the global economy is not doing well at all. Particularly, China is not doing well at all. And we'll be talking about that at length. If we look at crude oil, West Texas Intermediate is how we grade North American oil or value it. Again, you see that same trend. There's 2019 bottom. Of course, we don't worry about the COVID. We come back up and we come back down. We should be right around about $66 a barrel right now. $66, $68 a barrel. The only reason we're sitting at 74 or 74.50 is what? Problems in the Gulf. In other words, we would start to see lower values on the barrel of oil. If we look at canola, in fact, if you look at canola and you looked at July of 2019, July 19th of 2019, you would see the bottom of that. Now, the other thing that we have to think about, see the circle up there, and that circle starts about $800. $800 and above should never have happened. And I know all of you are going to give back all the money that you sold in canola above $800, right? Probably not? No, I don't think so. I'm not going to. Now, the reason why it should never have happened, it was a black swan event. What happened was that at the time of COVID, the world, particularly places like China, Egypt, Indonesia, Malaysia, Bangladesh, the Philippines, were worried that they would not be able to get enough food into their country. And if you remember, what was happening was the Port of Long Beach had 325 ships sitting to be unloaded. We had 125 ships in the Port of Vancouver, either coming in or going out, that couldn't move. Shanghai had over 300, 400 ships waiting to be loaded or unloaded. Well, what countries were doing where they were buying mass amounts of food just in case they couldn't get that food into their ports and into the country. So what that did was that spiked prices way up. And why did I stop at $800? Because if you think about it, we started at about $400. So at, say, 60%, 66%, $800, $850 would normally be the cycle upwards. But we went way past that. We went to $1,200. So we went way, way past that. Now, but we took advantage of that. If we could get that crop off, we took advantage of the price. What's happening, though, is it is now in what we call rationalizing. In other words, coming back down to a more normal level, and we're still now, if we can see this very, very clearly, on the backside of that cycle. Now, why is this important to us? Because if the price is going up very sharply, are you going to pre-price your canola or your lentils? No. On the backside of the cycle, should you be pre-pricing? Yes. Okay. Now, let me ask the question, is any guys have canola unpriced in the bin right now? How many? Yes, a few guys. Any unpriced lentils in the bin? Any unpriced peas? Why is that important? Because on the backside of the cycle, we would be wanting to pre-price it earlier. If we look at corn, again, why do we look at corn? Because we got to look at barley. How many guys, anybody got barley? Anybody's going to grow barley this year? No, you're not. No, you're not. You know what? When Brad says no, you shouldn't, what should you be doing? But one of the problems we have with barley, it has nothing to do with barley. We got very little barley in Canada. Very, very little barley. But what does the U.S. have? Lots and lots of corn, and we can backhaul corn to Steinbach, Manitoba, or Brooks, Alberta, cheaper than we can buy your feed barley. You got to remember that corn is 7% more efficient by weight. That's why we're using corn. Because there's just so much corn. We had 179.9 bushels per acre in the United States. We had the biggest corn crop. We have 15.3 billion bushels of corn. It's the biggest crop ever. Okay? So what happens then, supply, we get a lot of supply, what happens? Price then starts to come down. Okay. The other thing, though, is wheat. Like, let's not talk about Durham yet. Because Durham, I'm very positive on Durham. Last year I said seed durum, not red spring wheat. Did anybody listen to me? No, I didn't think so. No, I'm just teasing you. But I did say that. On the red spring wheat, we have what I call a new major competitor. Now, new being about 4 or 5 years, and it's Russia. If you take a look at my chart, let's go back to 1988. They produced about 35 million tons. They did not export. In fact, they were big buyers of wheat. Today, in 2022, last year, they produced 92.5 million tons. This year, they produced 91 million tons. Put that in perspective. Canada does around about 25 to 27 million tons. 25 to 27. They did 91. Russia, from 1974 all the way out to 1996, was the biggest importer of wheat in the world. And a lot of that wheat came from came from Canada. Now, they export this year, they will export 41 to 46 million tons of wheat. Far bigger. We export about 20 million. They will export twice as much as Canada. So what it is, and it is poor quality wheat. It's feed wheat. But if you are, let's say, Bangladesh, you can buy Russian wheat, you can buy Canadian wheat. So you buy, the bulk of your wheat is going to be Russian wheat. You blend it off with Canadian wheat and you get bacon quality. Does that make sense to everybody? Now, for you guys that passed grade 3 geography, if the biggest buyer of wheat is China, the second biggest buyer of wheat is who? Egypt. You're absolutely right. Egypt and China buy the most amount of wheat. Now, is Egypt, China closer to Russia than Canada? Yes? So what that does, even though it's poor quality wheat, what it does is it puts pressure on the wheat. If we got lots and lots of wheat, we got lots of export supplies, that brings down the price of wheat on the cheap wheat, but it brings down our high quality wheat too as well. Does that make sense to everybody? So one of the things that we have to do is we have to look at the big exporters. The biggest exporter now used to be the United States, Canada, it's now Russia. We have to follow the Russian crop. Right now, it went into dormancy, very good. Okay? So we have to follow that. That's something we haven't followed. So Russian wheat is very, very important to us. The other thing that we have, for if you're going to grow canola, and I know that a lot of us grow lentils in the area, but our Brazilian soybean production has just gone off the chart. We used to produce, say, around about 100 million tons, 95 million tons. That's about, United States produces about 110, 125 million tons. Brazil this year will produce 100, depending on who you talk to. If you're listening to the Brazilian government, they will produce 158.6. But USDA came out and said it's going to be 155.5. Now, record crop. If you're wondering, if you're sitting on canola, or if you are looking to price canola, the biggest problem that we're having is that we have Brazilian beans. Think about it like this. It's just not the price of beans, but let's talk about the price of beans. Have you heard, in fact, you type it in right now in your cell phone, on your computer, if you're at home. We are, in the United States, we are buying Brazilian beans and we're importing them into the United States because it's cheaper. about $1 to $2 less. So what happens to the value of the soybeans? They have to come down to the Brazilian. But what do we price canola off of? U.S. soybeans, right? But it's just not that. Because it's currency. So the U.S. currency is the most valuable currency in the world, essentially. Everybody with me so far? On a trading basis. Canada is actually, even though it's 25%, it's actually still fairly high. Where is the Brazilian? Way down here. So think about it. Let's say all of you are China, and you buy about $32 billion worth of food a month. You could buy Canadian canola with a currency exchange under the U.S., but usually $1 or $2 more per bushel. And I'm saying usually. Or you could buy United States soybeans, but the currency is up here, it's the top. Or you could buy Brazilian beans at $1 or $2 under import New Orleans, plus you get the advantage of the currency. What are you going to buy, China? That's the reality of the canola market right now. We have very, very large U.S. soybean supply. We have the biggest soybean crop ever out of Brazil. We've got China that is also, and we're going to talk about it in a few minutes, but China is also trading with countries that are like-minded, and Brazil is a like-minded country. It's called the BRIC, or the Brick and Road. And we'll talk about it in a few minutes. That is one of the reasons why that we've seen canola go from $800, $850 this summer down to $600. Does that make sense to everybody? It's rationalizing down to more normal levels. Corn as well. U.S. corn, we just talked about, biggest U.S. corn, 15.3 billion bushels. But of course, Brazil had a very, very big corn crop too as well. That's putting pressure on barley, wheat. So then what do we end with? If we take a look at our March 2024 futures, they don't look very good. In other words, what I mean by that is we topped out back in 22 at $1,250, and now we're just about $600. So half. But remember that upside is around 60 to 66%, up or down yet. Okay? So keep that in mind. But where we started from, ladies and gentlemen, in the summer, March, April, May of 2020, we were sitting at $450 a ton. Today, we're actually sitting at $600 a ton. We don't like that because we're so used to $1,200 or $20 a bushel. Or how many guys wish they would have sold more canola in the fall? Probably a lot of us. Okay? Now, but what's that's also doing is that's affecting things like lentils, like peas, because it's bringing that whole complex down. Complex being all of the commodities, doesn't matter if it's copper or wheat or soybeans or canola or lentils or peas or chickpeas, it doesn't matter. It's bringing that whole global context of commodities down. Now, let's stop there. Is there any questions? Brett? Questions? Any questions from the floor? How many people want me to stop? I know you're thinking it. You got to remember that you guys get to hear this for one day. I get to hear it 128 times. And then I have my brother complaining at me. Why are you predicting the price to being so low? Let's talk about global economics as it pertains to agriculture. Now, first of all, we've had an absolute barrage of things happen to us. We've had COVID. We had the fastest rise of interest rates in 30, 40 years. We've had inflation. Now, if you would have heard me online last year, I told you that interest rates were not going to come down as fast as everybody said they were, and inflation was going to be very, very hard to tame. I'm telling you this now because it's probably the only thing I got right. That was funny, come on. I am absolutely adamant that inflation is, and it's very stubborn to get down. And a lot of it is in our younger people, because now I'm considered old. Apparently my grandkids tell me that, Grandpa, you're really old. And I feel old some days. But we have a compensatory to spend. In fact, I'm going to show you in a few minutes that in Canada we have the highest personal debt of any of the G7 nations. About 5 years ago, we used to laugh at Japan because their personal debt was just bizarre. Ours is way more than theirs now. Okay, but we just spend. Okay, it's going to be harder. So that means if inflation stays up longer, what happens to interest rates? Do they come down as fast as we think they're going to? Nay, right? Not a chance. And I'm still adamant that the U.S. will have to raise interest rates by 25 basis points in the next 6 months, and probably in and around about May. Yeah. And you know what? I got to tell you, I said that on the 6th or 7th of January at an ag outlook just like this in Jean, Manitoba. It was picked up by the Western producer. And I had all my buddies at the banks, the economists, phone me and go, don't say that. Right? Because what are they interested in? Selling houses, right? Doing mortgages. I said, well, that's what I see. What am I supposed to do? I'm not going to lie to people. Right? So we'll see. Check in with me in May or June. But actually in 2024, just to figure out, remember that when the globe has strong global growth, countries like Indonesia, Malaysia, China, India, Pakistan are selling goods. They buy food. When they don't, they buy less or they're more price sensitive. Does that make? Are you right now more price sensitive right now in the economy? Yeah, we are, my wife and I. Well, okay, I am, my wife, not so much. Oh, we're recording this, aren't we? Oh, geez. She better not be watching this. Otherwise, it's going to be expensive, everybody. We're going to have the slowest economic growth in 30 years. Now, that's saying something. That's saying something. We see it. I see it every day in the oil and gas guys. Because one of the other things I do, right, you guys all know this, is I spend a lifetime looking at oil and gas. We're seeing it. We're watching, our guys starting to back away a little bit, not drilling as much. Maybe not, their CapEx, which is what they spend every year. Yeah, just dialing it back a little bit. Okay. The one thing that is going to change everything, could change everything, could change everything, is the situation we have right now in the Suez Canal, the Red Sea. That's the one where everything could flip on its ear. Which means that if all of a sudden we have an expanding war, the one that everybody's watching right now is Iran. Okay? Does Iran and the US get into more of a tit-for-tat kind of thing? Because if that happens, what happens to the price of a barrel of oil? It goes up. I'm going to show you how much, by the way. And then what happens to inflation? Does it go up? Goes straight up. If inflation goes up, what do they have to do to tame inflation? Raise rates. Now, with that, though, all of a sudden oil becomes more expensive, but also, too, that agriculture gets more expensive because we can't move it through the Gulf. Brett, you got a question?
Hello? Okay. Yes, we have a question online. So this global outlook you're explaining didn't just happen. So why were we not told about some of these things 6 months ago?
Actually, we went through all these details, Brett, last January. It's frustrating for me as an economist, though, because I'm listening to, BNN. I know personally most of all the ag economists in Canada and the United States. Sometimes how can I put this? I would argue that I was frustrated, maybe more frustrated than the person who is putting it, which was a phenomenal question, man. But I get frustrated because what we hear from, say, the federal government is everything is rosy. Is it? I'm going to send. I was teasing Al there. I'm going to send you guys I'm going to send them a whole pile of bills with no explanation on it for what I'm doing. But lots more, like 54 million. What do you think, Blair? I probably suspect that he's not going to sign them. But I guess the other guys do. But no, we've been talking about this for a year. And I explained a lot of this stuff last year to you guys. It's a matter of, I want you to be as prepared as absolutely possible for the changes. If I tell you what are the key components to the economy and the ag market, wheat, lentils, durum, then you can follow those key points through the year. Because if all these guys, me included, knew exactly what was going to happen, would we be talking to you? No. I would be sitting on the beach with something a hell of a lot better looking beside me than him. My wife always says that should be the dog. I know, but you are kind of good looking, You sexy dog, you. Okay. Now, let's talk about then global growth. Let's just not tell you, let's show you visual. I'm a visual guy. Okay, I like graphs, I like charts, you can tell by that. We look at that growth, we're talking about 2.4. Depending on what happens in China, that actually may go up a point or down a point. If we take a look though, I got to explain this chart. Let's take a look at 1979. Everybody focus your eyes to your left, your other right. 1979 to the second quarter of 79 to the third quarter of 81. That bar shows you the speed at which interest rates rose. Does that make sense? Look at the far side. Look at your far left. That is today. So first quarter of 2020, 2022 to 23. That's the speed at which interest rates rose. And if you're as old as me and Al, you remember 21.5% interest rates. Can you imagine what would happen to my farm alone, my mortgages, if it was 21%? It's a lot different price, right? So, where are we? We know we're on, let's sum up. We know we're on the backside of the cycles in all the commodities. Now, don't think that there is individual commodities, durum, lentils, that are going to actually buck the trend. Buck the trend. Oats, buck the trend. Now, eventually, they will come down. But because of individual countries like China or India or Pakistan, or because it's so bloody dry in North America, but the key is it's super dry in Algeria, southern France, southern Italy, southern Spain, which is where all of the durum is grown. So for this year, there is going to be crops that buck the trend. We also, though, talked about the conflict, and we're going to go through that in detail. Brett, how are we doing for time? Anything on the nothing right now? Okay. Now, I want to prove to you, remember I've been talking, I want to prove to you, this is growth in global goods trade and industrial production. So we've got goods, the goods are in the black or the blue lines here, and then industrial production, this is on a global basis. But look at 2023, 2024 is going to be down here. A lot of that is coming out of the big industrial countries, mostly, not the US so much, but China, India, Pakistan, the Philippines, places like Vietnam. Because Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, which my guys spend a lot of time in, we do a lot of work in Cambodia, it's all supported by what country? The one that we were going to talk about, China. I got a buddy of mine in China, and actually his father is one of the wealthiest people in China. And it was kind of funny because he was doing his master's degree in agricultural economics, and I was doing my undergraduate degree. And he was always getting me to pay for his beer and his food, and I never realized how wealthy his family was. But his dad wouldn't give him any money for food. Sent him over to Canada to get his master's with very little money. Yeah. Do you know all those little action figures, the plastic action figures that are in McDonald's, that's his family. G.I. Joe, that's his family. Yeah. So, we were there about 6 years ago, and he said, so I told him my wife and I were flying into Shanghai, and he says, oh, no problem. I can't be there. I fly in about 4 hours after you guys, so we'll have somebody pick you up and take you back to his place. And it was kind of interesting because we drove up and, I said, well, why, I've told you 2 months ago that I'm going to be coming in, you should be picking, I'm teasing him. He says, oh, yeah, it's getting too expensive to manufacture things here in China. I said, why? And he says, well, we're having to pay $1.14 an hour. We can go to Cambodia or Laos for about 46 cents an hour. What? Think about what it cost us in Canada here. What would be a unionized employee, right? Can you imagine being in Cambodia? In Cambodia, there's a massive, there's 50,000 people in one plant. And there's a 16-foot high fenced enclosure. And of course, we go drive by it, and I said to the interpreter, I said, whoa, is it that valuable that people are going to want to get in? He says, no, that fence is to keep people, in. And it was a shoe manufacturer. Think about who it was. Anyways, okay. By the way, when we work in, my guys work in, Rick works in Cambodia, to give you an idea how wealthy you are, okay? is that the credit union system, to have $1 American, $1 American in your bank account is huge, massive. When in Cambodia, they have a lot of 100 horsepower, 125, you know, the little Honda 125s? They buy gasoline in Coke cans. And that does you for the week. It has to do you for the week. Think about that. That's how, think about, you know, every time I go to Cambodia, I come back and I kiss the ground in Canada here. Sometimes we forget about just how good we have it. This is, again, now what I want to show you is, we've gone through this, but I want to show you. What we have is, where do we sit? There's the pandemic. Got the red line there. But look at, we are well above where we started from, which shows you that we're still above that average. If we go to the next one, let's do mid-grade steel. Mid-grade steel, we're still doing better than we did pre-pandemic. If we go to aluminum, better. If we go to crude oil, slightly better, but still better. If we look at spring wheat, better. Am I trying to set you up for some fall here or something? Is that just... Look at canola. That's a big difference. I showed this to my brother, and he's like, how come you can't sell canola for $800? Now, this is a guy that works in construction. He hates the farm, right? Thank God, because I got the farm, he got the construction company. I think he gets to go to Hawaii for a month, and I get to come to Rosetown. Who got the better deal on that one? Anyways, I would rather be doing this than being in Hawaii, right? Everybody put up your hands if you would rather be here than Hawaii. Okay. But if we look, we're still doing much, much better. But again, we're so used to. Now, let's talk about China. Now, I am going to give you a stat. Everybody get on your cell phones, because you're going to check this, because you know I lie to you. Here's a stat. Remember a couple years ago, remember I showed you those ghost cities? You guys remember the ghost cities? Yeah. Pretty cool. Let me give you a stat, though, that blows you away. And we're going to start with, how many people are there in Canada? 40 million? If you count the cats, the rats, and the liberals. Right? Was that my outside voice, Al? Okay. In China today, February 14th, Valentine's Day, 2024, there is between 57 million and 62 million, not thousands, million, homes, apartment blocks, high rises, whatever you want to call it, that are empty in China. Why? Because they overbuilt. In 2009, we had a global economic mishap by the U.S., basically, in the housing industry. So we had massive recession in a lot of countries, like the U.S., like China. To keep China's economy good, what happened? They built, and they built, and they built, and they built, and they threw money at cities. Remember, we talked about the ghost cities. But to put it in perspective today, 57 to 62 million. This, by the way, is not for me. It's right from the Chinese government. If you want to read more about it tonight, because, you know, it's Valentine's Day and you want to go and look at agriculture, go to The Economist magazine. I got a buddy of mine that writes for The Economist magazine out of China. What's interesting is he's been in China for 25 years. They will not renew his visa past 2025. He owns his own house or apartment, condo in Shanghai. He's been reporting to the Economist for over 25 years on China. He now will not get a renewed prescription. Interesting, right? Okay. Now, so in China, what grew agriculture in North America over the last 15 years was more and more and more demand for food from China, as their GDP, gross domestic product, was 12, 13%. Now that is starting to slow down. So where are we going? Now, 5.2%. China says that our economy is 5.2%. I think we could probably argue with that, but what the heck. That is, if we were to, now, 3% on a global basis is really good. 3% in Canada is good, keeps inflation under control, keeps food prices good. But if we were to quantify that against the US economy, that's about 1.7, 1.8% GDP growth. If we look at, there's weak demand, we have excess industrial capacity. We certainly have a real estate crisis. I'm going to prove it to you. We have a heavy personal debt load in China now, which is completely different. We have an aging population. Let's put it to you this way. This is GDP demand components. This is the first to the third quarter of 2023, and you can see that net exports are negative. Net exports. Part of that is because Europe, North America are not buying as much. Europe economy is the one that is going to probably, I don't want to say suffer the most, but not grow as much as the US. Canada, we're going to get to this in a minute, but the US economy is doing a lot better than Canadian economy, partly because they're a service industry, or service country, where Canada is more of a commodity-based. Okay, think about Saskatchewan. What's three things that we produce in Saskatchewan? Agriculture, oil, and potash. Are they all commodities? So as the commodities don't do as well, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Alberta, Ontario doesn't do as well. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay? When China's strong, they're demanding lots and lots of coal out of BC. I love that because the bunny lovers and tree huggers out in BC don't know that BC sends all the coal to China, but now apparently everybody will if this is, right? So we have a situation where this is the Chinese consumer confidence. But I'm going to explain to you why in a minute. This is our asset. Here's our real estate, January to October of 23, significantly negative. We also have the property sector. This is housing starts. This is 22. There's 23. Floor space, new home sales by volume. This is new home prices. There's October. Sort of reminds me of Toronto. Oh, that's just terrible. Mississauga. So you can see there's the property demand, housing starts. So now let me explain to you how did we get here. Okay. Think about it. Has anybody heard about Evergrande in China? Evergrande. Yeah? Okay. Evergrande is the second, not the first, the second biggest development company, housing development company in China. Everybody with me? Now, as of November the 1st, they had in China 3,176 projects. But we're not talking about building one house. We're talking about building high-rise apartments, 20, 30 at a time. So we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars per project, and they had 3,176. And now the Chinese government let them go broke. They're actually in bankruptcy. Now, let me explain. Let's say that I am Evergrande. So let's say this table here, I come to them and say, you know what? I'm going to build you an apartment complex, and I'm going to sell each of you a apartment condo within that project. Yeah. Well, just wait. I'm waiting for the price to go up, so it'll go down, right? Okay. So you give me your life savings. Now remember, a lot of the people that are buying these houses live on about $2 a day. Now each apartment is on average $4,160. $4,160 American dollars. Everybody with me? Okay. Now how do these beautiful gentlemen, young gentlemen, get that $4,160? Because what they do is they send their kids off to Beijing or Shanghai or a major, and they get a job, and they send that money back. So this, think about it, they live on $2 a day. $4,160, is that a lot of money to them? Massive. So I take their money, and I start building, but I take 50% of that money. And I go to these 4 young gentlemen and say, for $4,160, you can get your own house. Fantastic. They give me their money. Now remember, I'm building this one. Okay? I start building this one, but I take 50% of that money and I sell you. And I take 50% of that money and I send you, sell you, and you. Here's the problem. By the time I get to table over here, the demand is kind of run out. But what am I, because I've got the money, what am I going to continue to do? Build. And I build, and I build, and I build. And I build 60 million, let's argue, too many units. So the entire population of Canada, plus 20 million. So all those people that are in tent cities in Toronto, right? Send them over to China. Okay. Now, that's what happens. Now, what ends up happening is that this table, and this table get their houses built. Do I build these ones? No. Or they get half finished. Like there is, look it up, you'll see them. There is mass amounts of ones that are half built, quarter built, third built. You had a question over here. Actually, no. No, that's actually even different yet again. Yeah. Now, some of them are components of the Go Cities, right? But we have, my wife will tell you exactly where it is, but I'm desperate trying to remember. But what there is, and you'll see it if you go to CNBC and look it up, where there's a brand new Go City up against an old city. And the people come in and walk around the new city, but it's too expensive. $4,160 is like 10 million to us kind of thing, okay? So it's really, really interesting. But again, when we look at China, when China has a strong economy, they are less price sensitive and they buy more food. Simple. India, Pakistan, Indonesia, Malaysia, they all do the same thing. Now, one more slide, and then one more component, and then we're going to stop for coffee. This is the Belt and Road. Now, what I want to do is I want to explain the Belt and Road. I talked about this about 4 or 5 years ago. In 2013, Xi Jinping, the president, king, whatever, of China, had this idea of building a trading bloc, for lack of a better word. Like-minded countries, Russia, Africa, Indonesia, the Philippines, Brazil, Argentina, and Pakistan, India. And by doing that, they could then trade with each other. Everybody with me? Trade with each other. Buy beans from Brazil. Buy wheat from Russia. And what that would do is if they could get enough countries together, that would then flip the global economics from an American dollar to a Chinese dollar. In other words, we sell everything internationally through US dollars, common currency. But if they have a bigger trading partnership than, say, the United States, and their economy together is bigger than the United States, then we would have to trade in Chinese dollars, which would then allow them to influence a very large portion of the world, similar to the US is doing now. And that is what the brick and road is. Now, let me show you what's happening 10 years later. So, China, this is a slide. It's not my slide. Not my slide. Comes right out of USDA, United States Department of Agriculture, January 2024. We take a look from 2004 to January, mid-January of 2024. The topic is China feasts on Brazilian soybeans. Now, one of the problems that we're having is that the US is not selling corn or soybeans to China. Where are they getting them from? They're getting them from Brazil. The other problem that we're having, though, too, is China's buying a lot of wheat from Canada, but not so much in the form of canola. Why? Can they get cheaper oil from somewhere else? Yes. Okay? So you can see the impact of that. And if you look at 2012, 2013 is where Xi Jinping announced the Brick and Road Initiative. And each year it gains momentum. Now, this is then the U.S. exports to China in soybeans. So in other words, year over year, now everybody asks me, well, Brad, what happened in 2018? 2018 was the year that Trump was negotiating with China to increase the amount of agriculture exports to China from the U.S. Does that make sense to everybody? So that's that one deviation year. What's the point to this is that we in Canada have to be very careful because if we look at this year, China's pretty much the biggest buyer of wheat. They are traditionally the biggest buyer of seed canola by far. I'm going to prove it to you a little bit later on. They are the biggest buyer of peas. They influence countries like India and Pakistan and Malaysia and Bangladesh in the form of our lentils. So we have to get along, can I put it to you that way, with our biggest agriculture trading partner when it comes to grains. Now, obviously, 82% of our beef still moves to the south into the U.S., and a lot of things like durum moves into the United States, same with wheat. But China is that big potential buyer. And I'm going to stop there. Brett, is there any questions? What about any big questions so far? Like we're going to talk about the U.S. and Canada in a minute, but after coffee, but you got any questions? Yes. Fantastic.
All right. So the question here is, it looks like Chinese demand is slowing, global economic growth is slowing, and Canada is in a weakened position and less likely to come through an inflationary period anyway, but really bad. How bad could it get?
You know what? I want to temper the really bad. Again, what we have is we have one of our biggest trading partners, which would be the U.S., is doing quite well. They seem to be, they're a service-based industry. We support them in the form of automobiles if you're down in Windsor or down in southern Ontario. One of the issues that we're going to have is how much debt does our consumers have, okay, and also our provincial and our national debt to our GDP. That is going to be one of the biggest components. As if to give you an idea, we spend more money in interest than we do in Canada for healthcare, which is our biggest component. So we have to be very vigilant and be very careful with how we spend our money, and of course, we are certainly doing that, right? Okay, so we are not going to come out quite as quickly as, say, the US is going to, because we are a commodity-based country. And when we're going to do very good, it'll be when we have a strong global economy, and a strong economy in the US. So it's not all bad news. It's just that we have to be very, we have to make sure that our trading partners, that we are satisfied with our relationship. Great question. Any more, Brett, from the, okay? What about anything, you guys, I'm between you and coffee, right? Okay, let's stop there and let's have coffee. You want to shut my mic off there, gentlemen? We can't forget at 10:30 our video gentlemen and our audio. Fantastic jobs, gentlemen. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Okay, let's change gears. Before we start, is there any questions? I know you guys had a couple minutes to talk, and I'm sure you were talking about the price of everything, right? Curling last night? Right? Okay. Any questions? Brett, anything on the net? Okay, yes, we got a question over here. Okay, let me repeat that. What you said was, if I heard you correctly, was that the cycles are trending down, but we're still above where we started from in the pre-pandemic. Absolutely. You've seen that in the charts, yes. Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay, the question is, and it's a phenomenal question, and I get this a lot from my students too, is with the inflation today versus 2020 is totally different. So is, say, $12 or $10, it's really $12. In other words, is 10 the new 12? And actually, the answer to that is yes, it will flutter down, okay? And we'll check on that. We'll talk about that. So remind me of that on the canola side, or the wheat side. You're right. There is points in time where economic demand, inflation does creep in. But we'll actually try to pinpoint that for you. Is that fair? Yeah, okay, great. Actually, I hate to tell you this, but that's a test question I put on my master students. But they have to calculate it. Okay. Any other questions? Anything, Brett, on the net? No? Okay, let's keep going then. Oh, sorry, yes, sir. Maybe, use the mic. Actually, that was your job. I'm just wondering if... nice guy, Okay, sorry.
You touched on the Middle East conflict earlier.
Yes.
Is there any correlation now with the extra freight affecting farm gate prices, or is the extra freight being passed on to the end user right now?
No, absolutely. It's ending up in we're seeing it. So fantastic question. Everybody heard that. So is the freight with the Middle East, is that extra freight getting passed on to the consumer, i.e. us? Yes. But is it affecting, and here's the kicker, is it affecting the farm gate price? Oh, hell yeah. Our freight, two things is happening. One is the Middle East crisis. Two is the low water levels in the Gulf of Mexico close to New Orleans. And you're going to see it in the maps that are going to come up. The Americans particularly, with their corn and soybeans, are getting hit by transportation to get it from, say, Minneapolis down the Mississippi, because you can only float one barge as you get closer to New Orleans, where you could do about maybe 2, maybe 3 at most going wide, but it's so droughty there. And then, of course, that freight going over to China is getting hit. So that's getting back into the consumer. The problem is that the consumer has pretty much maxed out what they can pay. Right? The things that we buy in the supermarket, we're getting to the point where people are backing off buying expensive consumer goods in the form particularly of food. So it's just not the Middle East, it's actually the dry conditions down the Mississippi as well. And that's getting passed on then to the cost of soybeans compared if China's buying soybeans out of the US versus buying them out of Brazil. But, okay, man, what a topic. I'm going to show you that it's not all rosy, though, for the Brazilian beans. I'm going to show you why, and it has to do with freight. So that will be the third thing. So it's not all perfect for Brazil. But yes, it's getting passed on to the farmer at the farm gate price. And it will continue to if it continues. In fact, I'm going to show you it graphically. Okay, let's talk about the US. GDP growth is going to slow to about 1.5, maybe 1.7, maybe a little bit better than us, with the whole idea that 2025 looks a little better yet again, 26. By 26, we should be in 3% GDP growth. That would be normal. In Canada, oh yeah, we're going to struggle to do 1% in Canada. We hope that we're up to about 2% in 2025. This is the one that worries me. I work with credit unions across Canada, and I'm warning the credit unions every single day that the amount of personal debt that we have here in Canada far eclipse the United States or Japan or Europe. If you take a look, this here is 1998, 1999, there's 99 right here. If you can see that, that is a big, big difference. In the US, at 2009, they had a severe recession. They paid down a tremendous amount of debt. And during the pandemic, they put a lot of money into savings. I'm going to show you that. In Canada here, inflation is hard. Headline inflation is hard to control. Also, too, if we start to see oil in the $75, $80, $85, $90 a barrel, that's going to shoot inflation up very strongly. Of course, then that's going to affect our bank rates and how we control those bank rates. We have to be careful as a nation, as a province, as a rural municipality, that we don't spend a lot of money and incur a lot of new debt. I wish somebody would have said that up to the... Anyways, no, I won't go there. Because that's if we have our federal governments, our provincial governments spending mass amounts of money, will that actually fuel inflation? Oh, yeah. And you could argue that it has. Couple that with higher fuel prices, and that's one of the problems we have with inflation. Okay. This is exchange rates. They went up to about $75. I am adamant that as we start to sell our 2024 crop in the fall, we're going to be trading in around about 72 to 73 cents. That's one thing that we did get right last year, basically exactly where we thought it was going to be. Now, if oil, though, goes up to $80, $90, $100 a barrel, we will see our Canadian dollar float up to, say, about 77 cents. Does that make sense to everybody? We are an oil nation. If you like it or not, we are an oil nation. 54% of all the TSX is based on oil. Every value of people's houses in Toronto and Mississauga and London, Ontario is based on Alberta oil, if you like it or not. Okay. This is just... Now, the other thing is, just on the oil, since I'm talking about it, we forecast that global fuel oil production is slowing. And that is, everybody says, oh, that's because we're converting to electric cars. No, it's because our global economy is slowing down. We're not buying as much fuel. We are still producing more and more oil. In fact, global liquid fuel production is increasing about 0.6 million barrels a day. That's million barrels a day in 2024, but down from about 1.7. Now, what's interesting, though, is that the value of our oil here in Canada is going to go up by about 20%. Does anybody know why? Think Vancouver. That's right. Because of Trans Mountain. In other words, what's been happening in Canada is the U.S. oil companies have been buying our oil at a discount because we could not move it anywhere else but the United States. So now that once we have Trans Mountain and we can move oil through to Vancouver and over to India and Pakistan and China and everywhere else, that premium, the difference between the Edmonton Par and West Texas Intermediate is going to, I don't want to say collapse, but it's going to go down dramatically. That means that Canada retains more of that revenue from the oil. Brett, you got a question?
Yeah, you bet. So we've been talking about the large amount of household debt for years. How far away are we from the day of reckoning?
Wow, that's a question. That's actually a question that I get from bankers every single day. Let's put it to you this way, Brett. We have far exceeded the personal debt that United States had in 2008 when their economy collapsed. Now, a lot of that, you got to think about it, it's not agriculture debt. It's not even so much about Saskatoon or Regina. A lot of that debt is being held in Southern Ontario, Quebec, and the BC. Does that make sense to everybody? So our house values in Saskatchewan, in fact, there was a report out on Friday last week that said Saskatchewan is one of the best places to live. Not because you're a football team, although you've improved a lot. You stole some of our guys because of house prices. Very, very cheap. Your same house, if you were to go to Kitchener-Waterloo, let's say that you got a 1,400 square foot house, maybe a one or two attached garage. That house in Kitchener-Waterloo would be about $2.4 million, up to about $2.8 million. Actually, it's down by about $120,000. Yeah, can you imagine? Like, I'm talking about a run-of-the-mill, normal house. I'm not talking about anything fancy, it doesn't have granite, it doesn't come with hot and cold running water. I was thinking something else, but anyways. So we are very, very close to getting to the point. We need, as a nation, to think about our debt, but I've got a 40-year-old daughter. She's got the great big house. They have the 2 SUVs. They just bought a swim spa for $35,000. The hell do you need a swim spa for? Get in the bathtub, fill it up. Jeez. The hell do you need a swim spa for? God. Go to the ditch. Oh, right, there's no water in the ditch anymore. It's too dry. Okay, so we are still growing. Now, the other thing that we can grow a lot more in Canada. We can put a lot more oil, 2 million barrels a day, more into production. It's a lot more that we can actually put into production. China's consumption in 2024 is going to rise by about 0.3, even though, you know, the pundits in the world, or in Ottawa, say it won't. But about 0.3 billion barrels in 2024. So Brent prices, we're looking at about $82. Now remember, Brent is the world, how we price oil in the world, okay? West Texas Intermediate, WTI, is how we do it for North America. We're going to be in around about $70, and actually theoretically could decrease if we clean up the Middle East, but that Middle East, by the way, does anybody know how long they've been fighting in the Middle East? I told you, right? Well, recorded history is 4,500 years. And we don't know if it was before that, because it's not, right? Probably somebody was at a wedding, insulted the bride, 5,000 years ago. Anyways, was that my outside voice again, Al? Jesus. Okay. Now, I want to show you this, because when we predict oil prices, we're looking at global supply and production. But take a look at the first quarter of 2024, and you see that production exceeds consumption. And that's one of the reasons why we were expecting, $68, $66 a barrel oil. But that's all off the table because of the Middle East. Okay, as we get into late into 2025 and 26, we actually see that consumption's going to actually eclipse production. And that's when we could see more inflation come back into the market. And that's one of the worries that I have as an economist. If we can't control inflation in 24, oil prices in 25 are going to take an increase. Why are they going to increase? Because we are not drilling as much. We're not getting as much frack oil. So we want to tame inflation in 24 because we know that oil prices are going to increase in 25. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay. In fact, in Canada, we hit a record in October, November, 4 million barrels a day. So we are the fourth biggest producer of oil in the world. Number one. Who's number one? Yell it out. Russia? No, the U.S. is. The U.S. produces, actually their production hit a record, 13.1 million barrels a day. Number two is Russia, 9.8 million barrels a day. Saudi Arabia at 6.4 to 6.6, and then Canada at 4. So we're the fourth biggest producer of oil in the world. We produce, though, we can add more barrels. Simple. We can do that. If we look at, this is an interesting slide. This is a slide for you guys to talk about with your neighbors. This just happens to be Canadian crude oil exports by rail. Now, this chart goes from your right to your left, not your left to your right. So in February of 2012, we started to move oil by rail, partly because we didn't have pipelines. We topped out in January of 2019, at about 350,000 barrels. We're down to about 150,000 barrels per day going through our rail system. Now, the problem with that is it has to go to where? First, for you guys that were here last year, has to go to Chicago. Has to go to Chicago. It goes all the way down. It hits Chicago, so it comes through Gretna, Manitoba, from Edmonton, through Gretna, Manitoba, heads straight to Chicago. Okay, hang on a second. Cushing's, Oklahoma is that direction. It has to go to Chicago that direction. Then what it does is it traipses all the way around, all the way down to Cushing's, Oklahoma, where that's where the national supply of oil is. Now, it's not cracked there. They hold it, then it goes down to the 4 crack plants in the Gulf of Mexico that are built for or converted to heavy oil. It gets cracked, then comes back in the form of diesel fuel, gasoline or whatever, the additives, gets stored in Cushing's and then sent to North America. Does that make sense to everybody? No, it doesn't. Because why would you go here all the way around? So let's say that you want to go to take your kids to Florida. Well, let's fly to China first. Okay? And then we'll stop off, I don't know, in Germany somewhere, and then we'll get to Florida. What do you think? Like, is that butt stupid? Right? Okay. I did want to show you this chart just for you guys, you keeners in the room, because you guys do a lot of oil work in this area. But take a look. The dark blue is our heavy oil. The light blue is more of our sweet oil. We will be moving heavy oil. If we're going to expand our oil production by 1 or 2 million barrels, it'll be in the heavy oil out of Fort Mac. Okay? Okay. Now, the other thing is, I'm a farmer, you're a farmer. We buy fertilizer in the form of nitrogen, yes? But I'm an economist, and I look at that the fertilizer dealerships were buying their raw product, which is their natural gas, at the Henry Hub, which is how we value the price of natural gas, for about $3. Does that convert into $780 nitrogen? No. But last year we produced a lot of corn. Yes? Biggest corn crop ever. Right? We said what? 15.1, 15.3 billion bushels. But this year, think about it like this. If I've got $4 corn and I've got $11 or $12 beans, what am I going to grow in the United States? Soybeans, right? Same with Brazil. That's going to mean then the fertilizer price has to do what? Theoretically. It's got to drop, absolutely. But I'm going to show you that profitability-wise, it has to drop too. And in a little bit. So let's talk about farming in 2024. Now, that was the global outlook. One of the things that everybody asks me about is, where are land prices going? And I've said for the last 5 years, every single year, that they've hit the top. And was I right? Nay. They keep going up. But one of the things, I was thinking about this a couple of weeks ago, and I was talking to a buddy of mine down in Virginia Tech University, Dr. David Cole. David is more a mentor of mine, but we started talking about Canadian land values and American land values, because he was asking what's happening in Canada too as well. Now, if we take a look, we know where we're farming just up above North Dakota here, but Minnesota in American dollars, is $6,000, about $7,000 an acre, American dollars. Everybody with me? Okay. Let's go to South Dakota, about 5,000, say, well, 45, 50. If we go down into Iowa, it's around about $10,000 American. If you get closer to Des Moines, you're into the $13,000, $14,000, $15,000, $20,000 an acre. If you go then to, say, Indiana, big corn and bean states, Indiana, Illinois, Michigan, you're around about $9,000 an acre American. What's interesting, though, is I do a lot of work down in southern Ontario. Come with me to Essex County, which is straight north of Windsor. The price is $36,500 this year, an acre. Now, what am I trying to get at? That if we have, say, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 land here in Saskatchewan, as a lot of the other areas of the world, Manitoba included, Alberta included, United States in the form of Minnesota or Iowa or Illinois or Indiana or Michigan, is about double that price. If I go to Red Deer, if I go to Morris, Manitoba, you know, it's trading for about $12,000 an acre. Okay, even places like Notre Dame de Lourdes, which is straight south of Prairie, Manitoba, their land's selling for $10,000 an acre. Now, 5 years ago, that land was trading for about $3,100. Isn't that amazing? So what am I getting at? What I'm getting at is that based on investment of land, just a pure investment, Saskatchewan's pretty well positioned. But that's one of the reasons why it continues to go up. Let me show you. 12 or 14.2% in 2022. But I'm going to show you that if we follow July here, right here, July of 22 to June of 23, follow across, Saskatchewan went up by 17% in dollars. Now, a lot of that is, what I'm trying to say is it's catching up. Look at Manitoba at 12%. It's catching up to a lot of other places. Alberta was 6%. Manitoba was around 12.8%, where Saskatchewan really went up. But we went up about 5 years before you. Does that make sense to everybody? If I follow that trend. The other thing I want to talk about, though, is we can't not, if we're going to talk about grain, we got to talk about cattle, we got to talk about weather. Now, this is very, very important, especially for the keeners in the room. That's the country of Brazil. Now, how big is Brazil? It's actually bigger than the United States by landmass. It's way bigger than everybody thinks. Now, if you take a look at the acre, Amazonian, Ramana, Apaha, I can never say that properly, Mahero, all that top area, including Rio Grande, all the way down to my Portuguese is really, really, really bad. Sergipe, sorry for the people, anybody that's from Brazil or yeah. That area is very, very Amazonian. Monkey swinging out of trees. Everybody with me? Okay, very dense. It's right along the Amazon River. Very, very dense. As we move, there's Rio de Janeiro. As we move, the soybean production traditionally has been in this area right in here, very close to the ocean, port ocean. This province, though, Mato Grosso, right in the kind of the heart, this area on the right side of Mato Grosso is where the big bean production is. Now, why am I telling you this, especially for producers? Because you're going to want to follow the weather in Mato Grosso, because it's going to determine your canola price, your lentil price, it's simply that. But it's not all good news, because you're looking at, from here or the ports up there, that's 770 loaded miles. And there's no real roads yet into Mato Grosso. So what do they do with the beans? What do they do with the fertilizer? They barge them up the Amazon and then down into Mato Grosso. And then the beans or the corn goes the opposite direction. Now, China, from Rio de Janeiro, have built about 300 miles of 4-lane highway going through the jungle, basically, into, and eventually will hit Monte Grosso, China. Why is China building a 4-lane highway in another country? To secure what? Food. And they are building it very, very quickly. But they're investing in Brazil to get that. Now, the problem with that is that this whole area, so Monte Grosso, Rodinia, Prairie, the southern part of it, up into the bottom of Amazonian, there is about 325 million acres that is not Amazon rainforest, that is prairie. Now, how big is that? That can go into production that's not in production today. How big is that? All of the growing area of Manitoba, all the growing area of Saskatchewan, all the growing area of Alberta, and the entire central plains of the United States that can go into production that's not in production today, and it's not monkey swinging out of trees. It's prairie, for the most part. If you've ever been to, anybody been to PEI? The soil there is very reddish, right? Sort of an Indian red. That's exactly what, it's almost like in Monte Grosso, it's like a pinky red color. Sort of, sorry kiddo, sort of your color right there, actually. It is. But its average yields are 52.5 bushels per acre, same as Iowa, maybe slightly better than Iowa. It does use a lot of potash. It's really shy on potash. Guess where that potash comes from? 2 places in the world, Saskatchewan and China, and a little bit from Russia. Okay, but we ship a lot of potash to Argentina and Brazil. Okay, interesting, eh? Okay, so why am I telling you, especially for the keeners in the room, if you're a farmer, you got to be looking at the weather. Now, actually, in Monte Grosso, we're talking about North Monte Grosso, this is where the beans are. Take a look at 2023. But it was very similar to our canola. They got into their, in other words, they were short moisture, and yet they still produced the biggest crop ever, which kind of scares me a little bit, right? Look at that. Their temperatures were incredibly hot, especially this fall. 42, like in September, October, 42 and a half degrees. And it's super, in Monte Grosso, super humid, right? Like you just sweat. You don't take a fat little farmer in the middle of winter and send them to Monte Grosso. Yeah. I'd wake up in the morning and I'd be just soaked, and we had the air conditioning on. Figure that one out. Put me outside at 42 and a half degrees. Best weight loss program I ever had. It wasn't because I was getting thinner. There was no water in me. Okay. Now, the other thing I'm going to click through here a bit. But if we look at, this is the drought monitor in Canada. Look at Yellowknife, all the way down to Fort St. John. There is southern Saskatchewan. There's Fox Valley right there. But look at that Red Deer, the Lethbridge, Brooks, High River. I farm right there, like literally right there. We are very dry. But then we're going to come down this way, okay? If we follow that trend, there is the far north. We come down right into our farm right there. But look at something, and this is important, gentlemen. Look at Minnesota. If we look at Iowa, if we start to move in this direction towards Illinois and Indiana, but look at Iowa. So let's go. There's Minnesota for you guys in grade 3 geography. This is Iowa. Look at Iowa. There's the southern Mississippi River Delta. It's very, very dry. Down here, everybody's trying to figure out, are we going to be sowing in March? Are we going to be sowing cotton? Are we going to sow beans? Are we going to sow corn? Because it's so dry. Okay? Now, the reason for this is El Nino. Here's California. Remember when the CBC was saying that that it would take 1,000 years to replenish the water in California? What, about 3 hours the other day? Now, why? Because what's happening is the weather's changed. We have an El Nino. So, superheated water. No doubt about it, guys. You can't BS that. Superheated water right here. So what happens is that it hits California, it rises up in the mountains, and of course it creates snow and rain. But what's interesting is that El Nino is very typical where it's dry, and it creates what we call a blocking pattern. In other words, what happens is the moisture falls in California, gets to about Colorado, and then nothing. In fact, where we would get most of our winter snow is from off the California coast, picked up then in Colorado, and we would have a Colorado low, yes? Very typical. But we haven't had those because it's a blocking pattern. And in fact, what's happening then here is that the warm weather that you would normally see go right through the Gulf of Mexico, a lot of rain, what's happening is we've got this blocking pattern, so it's coming up here and going, holy shoot, I can't get up here, so I'm going to go up here through Boston and New York, Cape Breton, Nova Scotia, right? Do you hear they're supposed to get another foot or 2 feet today or tomorrow? That's because that, El Nino. Now, remember that El Nino only lasts about 9 months, and it is already, it's 9 months right now. We're starting to see it, that weather, that warm water, start to dissipate. Is it climate change? Climate's been changing for, what, 6.8 billion years or something like that? Anyways, but that's typical. So what happens, hopefully what will happen is, we will get a lot of moisture off here, and we'll start getting it dumped into this area, and hopefully we start to see this pattern coming up. And actually what should happen is it should literally go like this, okay? And then out into the Atlantic. Okay, so much. You know what I love talking about the weather? You know why? I am a kinship to the weatherman, right? Because every day he's 90% wrong, yes? But every day we still go back and listen to him. Sort of like an economist, right? Identical. Yeah. I thought 10% was pretty good, Blair. Okay. There we go. Now, we talked about Russia and Ukraine. This is the wheat production of Ukraine. Now, we showed you this last year. This area, the greener the area, the more production. This area from right here all the way through to here, this land in here is considered to be the very, very, very best land in the world. Anybody Ukrainian? Okay? Yes, it is. It absolutely is the best land in the world. Being there, 8 feet of topsoil. You can take a shovel and dig. They can easily get they are the biggest producer of sunflowers in the world. They can easily get 1,650 pounds of sunflowers per acre with no chemical, no fertilizer. You put chemical and fertilizer on that stuff, 3,200, 3,800 without working hard. Beautiful, beautiful bet. But that's one of the reasons why Russia wants this. Why does Russia also want this? This is the Crimean. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ports. They're also bidding for trying to get all of the good land in Ukraine, but also look at these other 13 ports. Now, what does Russia not have? If you didn't have the Crimean, they have no warm water ports. None. And what was happening was the Ukraine was charging Russia to move their wheat or their oil to the ports. That's one of the reasons why Russia invaded originally the Crimean, is to grab those ports. They really, really want those other ports. And in fact, there you are. That's where we're fighting. If you think about the best land is on the rivers, right? On the river, coming down, right? Let's go back. There we go there, right? Right down to the, that's what we want. We want it coming right down here, down there. Look at the ports on there. Instant growth in exports. Makes sense to everybody. So I'm always wondering why countries or why things are happening. What's the root cause? If we look, this is kind of interesting. Who's buying wheat from Russia and the Ukraine? Egypt. Second biggest buyer of wheat in the world to China. Turkey, Yemen, Nigeria, Tunisia, Bangladesh. We send wheat to Bangladesh and Indonesia. A lot of people don't know that. Canada, I mean. Okay? Now, let's talk about the Middle East for a second. So way up here in the Mediterranean is Russia's up above there. Saudi Arabia is up above there. Iran, Iraq, there's Saudi Arabia, The Red Sea, where we have the problem is this sort of, I guess, where it narrows down. This is Yemen. This area all the way in here is where we have the militants, and they are well organized, well armed, and well funded. A lot of that funding comes from what country? Iran. Now, let me explain to you why that's important. Well, normally we would bring goods, oil, grain, through the Suez Canal, through the Red Sea, and we would flip through the Philippines here and go into Shanghai and Beijing. There's 4 ports that usually we're shipping it to. If we can't, and by the way, Shell Oil announced 2 Fridays ago that they will not ship 1 barrel of oil through the Suez Canal or through the Red Sea. Biggest producer in the world is Shell. What they're going to do is they're going to go through the Mediterranean around right down to here. Okay? And I'm stopping there. Does anybody know what that bottom area of the ocean is called? The Cape of Good Hope, right? Which is some of the most dangerous waters in the world for shipping. Why? Because the 2 oceans meet. This side, currents coming down. This side, currents coming down. And there's very cold water coming up from Antarctica. And what happens when all 3 meet? Yeah. So what they're going to do is come around. They'll then come back to their normal route. The problem with that is that's an extra 10 days and 3,500 nautical miles. Now, if it's costing you $1.2, $1.5 million a day to move, is that getting expensive? Then what happens to ocean freight? Goes through the roof. Okay? Put it to you this way. 17,000 to 22,000 ships go through the Suez Canal every single year. Is that a lot? Accounts for about 12% of all the entire globe's gross domestic product. About $1 trillion a year goes through the Suez Canal. Is that a lot? But also 1.74 million barrels of oil per day go through there. So, there is the amount of freight going through based on, it's off about 65%, 70% right now. Now, the problem with that is then you have Brent oil prices. But let's do it a different way. One of the things that I got asked was, under a small, we're small right now, under a small conflict, it's going to affect, let's say, most 2 million barrels, 1.5 maybe million barrels per day. A big disruption, that's where we start to see the US and Iran start to attack each other, or the US attack more of the central Iran. Okay? That's going to affect around 3.5 to 4 million barrels per day. If we have a large disruption, in other words, we start to see places like Russia come in and support Iran, then we're going to see about 8 to 9 million barrels per day. Now, what does that constitute in the price of a barrel of oil? Well, a small one isn't very much. You know, we're talking about, $80 a barrel, $85 a barrel oil. If we have a medium, we're probably talking about a little bit more than that. Let's say about $100 to $110 a barrel. If we start to see Russia and we start to see a real conflict where we have Yemen and Egypt, United Arab Emirates, more of those countries come into that conflict, then we're going to start to see a barrel of oil in the $130, $140, $150, $160 a barrel. Now, what does that do to inflation? Shoots it up. The one good part about this is that if we go back, where are those goods going to end up? China's going to take the oil, the food, manufacture things, and they're going to bring it back from China all the way around, back into the Mediterranean, back into Central Europe. Everybody with me? So is it in China's best interest not to get involved and to control, for lack of a better word, Iran and the, what do you call them, terrorists? Does that make sense to everybody? So that's one of the reasons why we have somewhat of confidence. We actually thought 2 weeks ago it was announced that China did warn them, but so far it hasn't really done too much. But after a while, it's going to get very, very expensive for China to buy goods and for goods to go back into those countries, like Europe. Don't forget, Europe's a very, very big buyer of everything. Does that make sense to everybody? Any questions? Brett, any questions on the net? No questions. Okay. Any other? Okay. We're going to do Durham, but we're going to do Durham after a little bit. We're going to do wheat first, and then I usually do Durham first, but we'll do wheat first. First of all, on production, I can explain this super easy by just simply going to this chart right here. And what that means is that if we look at red spring wheat, we're producing about 785 million, but we're eating about 797. So actually we have, every year we are consuming more than we're producing. But again, when we look at it, it is really about Russia. If we take a look at beginning stocks of the top, these are supplies of the exporters. Remember, the exporters are going to be Canada, Australia, Argentina, the EU. Then we're going to talk about the Ukraine, Kazakhstan, Russia, Argentina are the big exporters. I'm going to jump here because I want to get to this slide right here. And I'm going to come back to those other slides. But if we look at who controls world stocks in wheat. Now, traditionally, China controlled between 25 and 50 million metric tons. Everybody with me? 25 to 50 million metric tons. Is that what that chart says up there? they control 134 million tons of wheat. The big exporters, that's us, that's Russia, Kazakhstan, Argentina, the EU, United States, Australia, only controls around 60. Can China control the price of wheat? Because if they don't buy, what happens? In fact, if we take a look at this, these are the big exporters down in the bottom, the blue. The Black Sea area, which is Ukraine, Kazakhstan, and Russia, is in the green. So put these two together, really. Okay? And then what we have is everybody else, like India and Pakistan. And remember that India is the third largest producer of wheat in the world at about 100 to about 106, 107 million tons. But then we go to China. Look at that. And again, if we look, there's, say, about 50, 60 million tons, and now they control double that. So, and if China's not buying wheat, and China has been buying Canadian wheat, they really have. Not so much canola, but they're buying Canadian wheat. And what ends up happening is they control more and more and more of the food growing globally. If you think about it, they are the biggest buyer of wheat. They're the biggest buyer of soybeans. They're the biggest buyer of corn. They're the biggest buyer of peas in the world. That's all what we produce, yes? Biggest buyer of seed canola. Biggest buyer of what else that you guys grow? India is a big buyer of lentils, but so is China. Okay, I'm going to jump through here because we got a lot. But Russia's production, there's Russia's production here in the red. This is 2014 compared to where we are. This is not production, sorry. This is just top supplies. We said that they're going to export 51 million tons. The potential that they have is 63, but it's going to be 51 million tons. Okay. Canada, we produced last year, what did we produce? Total supply was about 32. We did about 25 million tons this year. We're going to export about 24 million tons. We are a big, big exporter. But we are not the problem. When we look at ending stocks, we're going to end at very, very, very good ending stocks, about 3.2. Actually, if we were looking at historically without Russia, we would see wheat well into the $10, $11, $12 for red spring wheat. Okay? So there we go. There's Russia, 92. 92 in 22, 91. And again, our winter wheat, which is going to formulate that, is looking good so far. It went into dormancy just like it did in Kansas, but it's got snow cover. Okay, Russia ending stocks. Remember we said we had 3.2? They got 12. So again, that's what when you're looking, and the reason why I'm doing red spring wheat first, because it does influence durum. It pulls it down a little bit. Okay? Ukraine, they're still shipping 14 million tons. The most amount of wheat they ever shipped was 18.8. There's our ending stocks, 4.4, which is actually bigger than Canada. Of course, that's partly because of the Russians trying to control them. Is it in Russia's best interest to slow Ukraine's sales? Yeah? It would be, wouldn't it? Because they take up then more of the market. Okay. I'm going to go through here because we're going to get to. There's U.S. ending stock, 17.6. They produce less and less wheat every year. They produce more corn and soybeans. And cotton will fluctuate based on what's going on in China, because China is the biggest buyer of cotton in the world. But you know what's interesting is, here's something for you here. These are the major wheat importers. These are who's buying wheat. China's the largest, and they're a very good customer of Canada. Egypt is number 2, the EU, Indonesia, Turkey. Algeria, Morocco, the Philippines. We ship a fair bit of wheat into Bangladesh, and then Brazil. Everybody says, well, Brazil is a big producer. No, they're a big producer of corn and soybeans. They buy wheat from Argentina. Okay, Argentina is their big supplier. So where does that give us our U.S. stocks to use ratio? And then on durum, we were about 25% I just wanted to show you durum here. 25% last year. We're only about 15% this year. Why? Dry conditions. And they are incredibly dry again. Okay. Now we'll click through here. Back up here. No, I don't have durum. Okay, but we'll do that in a minute. So Pacific Northwest, that's how we value red spring wheat. A lot of us look on the Minneapolis, but it's actually, you want to be actually comparing it to the Pacific Northwest market. There's Russia, 51 million, or 50 to 51 million tons. Where do I want to go? Our wheat production, one of the problems that we have is Stats Canada gives us our production. Now, regardless if we think they're right or not, it doesn't matter because they are the source. It's just like USDA. We could argue and say USDA, United States Department of Agriculture, overestimated the corn or the soybean production. Doesn't matter because the trade looks at the Stats Canada. Stats Canada said that we had about 2% decline. We produced about 27.9 million tons of wheat, red spring wheat, wheat this year. We're down about 1% in total supply, 2% more than the 5-year average. Having said that, this time of year, doesn't matter if it's in durum or if it's in peas or lentils, it's how much are we going to end at that creates value. In other words, if we take a look at 2023-24, we produced we seeded 8,496 hectares. We're looking at about 8.2 coming up in 24-25. As we go through the ins and outs, production is going to be about 27.9. Total supply is going to be about 31.4, 31.5. Our carryout stocks are what's going to be important, about 3.5, 3.2, which again is not burdensome at all to the global market, but it's not us. It's the amount that other countries like Brazil have. So on looking at this, you would argue that we should see higher wheat prices. And you're right. You're absolutely right, historically. Problem is, as we talked about. So then we have a chart that goes from February to Jan, actually to February, last week, February, and our wheat prices, there's our red spring wheat prices going down. Now, this price here is cash to the producer. Does that make sense? For number one, most guys are only getting about 5 cents for high protein. That's nothing for high protein, which is really, usually by now we would start to see protein get paid for. Feed wheat, just giving you a chart again, this is paid to the producer in Midpoint, Saskatchewan. There is the March 2024 hard red spring wheat prices, just showing you that we're back to sort of where we started from in July of 21. These are Pacific Northwest as of 19th of January. I can read this off for you, but essentially 12% protein they were offering. This is in-store Seattle. They were offering American producers $6.78 a bushel, okay, for that red spring wheat in American dollars, just to give you an idea. We price off of the American dollar, or American wheat, obviously. What's interesting, though, is that historically, the three most important wheat exchanges for price discovery has always been Chicago, Kansas, and Minneapolis. I would argue that none of those are important to the wheat market anymore at all. Can somebody tell me, because I told you this last year, see who was awake, where is the most important exchange for wheat in the world? What country in Europe? Southern, sort of big area. Starts with an F and an R. France, thank you. Jeez, you guys. You don't forget, France produces 42.5 million tons of wheat a year. We produce around 27, 28, but is the French market closer to the major buyers than Canada now? And the major producer, the major exporter. So we spend more time now looking at the French market than we actually do looking at Kansas, Chicago, or Minneapolis. Kind of interesting. Now, let me just show you, I want to do this in comparison with Durham. You're in the dark brown, black soil zone, so let's take an average yield. 43 bushels per acre of red spring wheat, because we want to compare this with Durham. I have a new crop price that I'm very adamant about, is about $8.50 Canadian wheat. Now, that doesn't sound that bad. Historically, $8.50 is a good price, because the average actually is $6. $8.50 Canadian, that's $368. But the problem is not the 43, is not the $8.50. If we come down, seed is 24, fertilizer in the form of nitrogen 72, 25. I've got a fair bit for my herbicides, that's 59. I do have fungicides and some insecticides on there for around about $40. But if I do that, that's $326 that it's going to cost me to put the crop in the ground. Another $10 for miscellaneous things like my overhead or my property taxes or my building repair, $10.30. That gives me $336 all in. Now, what do I not have in here? I don't have any cash rent. I don't have any payments, and I haven't paid my living, but I'm going to do that right now. I've got about $32 worth of living expenses per acre, okay? Gentlemen, does that seem like a lot? Talk to your wife. That's what my wife tells me every time she goes shopping, right? No, that's about what it is. Remember what my rule was for living per year? It's a price of a brand new half ton. Not a fancy one, just an average half ton. It's actually very accurate. But what that gives me is, dark brown, I got $32. If I take my 368 minus my 336, gives me $32.22, but I haven't paid my living of $32. I haven't paid my debt. Now, my debt includes things like my land rent, my tractor payments, my tractor leases, and my land payment is, on average in Saskatchewan, you're probably looking at around $100. That gives me a negative figure of about $100. And that's why when we're looking at wheat, red spring wheat, $8.50 at 43 bushels an acre, probably a lot of guys are going to shy away and go into, say, the Durham or the into lentils or something other than red spring wheat. And you know what? What's interesting, it doesn't matter if I'm talking in St. Jean, Manitoba, if I'm talking in Rosetown, Saskatchewan, or if I'm talking about in Red Deer, Alberta. Everybody's telling me the same thing. Wheat is a dog this year. Does that make sense? And really, at 43, $8.50 is pretty good price, historically. We got used to $14.50 wheat. Okay. Any questions just on red spring wheat? Because I'm going to jump out of wheat. I'm going to come back to durum later on because I want to show you why I want to talk about durum. There is a method to my madness here. Okay, any questions on wheat? Brett, anything in the... No? Okay. Anybody want to know there's very little winter wheat? Now, quickly, we're going to talk about corn. There's the production of corn. We already kind of showed you that, 15.3 billion bushels of corn. What we're hoping for is that maybe they'll increase with that much corn, and they're not making sales right now. Hopefully, maybe the U.S. government will increase the amount of ethanol in gasoline, which would take care of some of these extra bushels that are going, that are not being sold. Corn stocks will hit record amounts. That's not good for wheat. That's not good for barley. It's also not great for oats. And of course, is that going in the wrong direction? You want to see a bad chart? That's a bad chart. Okay? We're expecting about $4 corn next year. We're about $4.50, $4.40 corn today. So what ends up happening then is when we look at barley, barley actually is in very tight supply in Canada. If we take a look, barley production was about 8.9 million tons. That's very low. Supply in 2023 is about 9.7, about 8% down from 22, about 6% below 5-year average. And again, largely due to the dry conditions. Now, the exports of malt have been strong. The amount of malt that's going into the microbrewery industry in North America is strong. About 48,000 tons, about 19.7% above last year in the 5-year average, with, of course, the barley going to the U.S. And remember what I always tell you, if you're ever down in St. Louis, Missouri, that's where Budweiser's main old office is, where their main brewery is. If you take the tour, you get free beer. That doesn't excite any of you? Somebody said free beer, and they had me at free beer. I'm at 29 so far. I have to often get down to St. Louis because I speak a lot in the down in Missouri. So it's not 29; it's actually 31. But anyways, Japan. And by the way, if you're ever at a Japanese restaurant here, and there's really good ones in Saskatoon and Regina, order Shapiro. Shapiro beer is really, really good because it's made from Saskatchewan barley, shipped into Japan. Mexico and South Korea. The big problem, though, is corn. We can just backhaul corn cheaper than we can buy your feed barley. So that's what happens. We see this low price. If we look at projected barley, we're looking at about 2.8 million hectares, which is down about, say, 5% year over year, the lowest in 6 years. We expect production to be down to 9.3. That production and carryout stocks will compensate for the lower imports and push supply to about 10.1 million tons. It's still not overly burdensome. In fact, if we carry this through, in 23-24, we had 2.82 in our number of acres. Our production, let's call it 8.9, 9.2. Total supply, 9.6, 10 for supply. But if we come down to our carryouts, and that's what it's all about this time of year, 750 is incredibly low stock historically. We're going to jump to 8, but that's absolutely not burdensome in any form or fashion. If we had a wreck in the U.S. corn crop, then we would see barley prices come up. But until we get rid of that corn in the United States essentially to China, or maybe through ethanol consumption, barley's just got nowhere to go in the form of feed. Does that make sense to everybody? Which then pulls down the malt, even though malt is in strong demand. Okay? So, there's our feed barley chart. You never want to see feed barley looking like that. If we take a look then at our prices, now, Brett is going to have, and all of the staff are going to have access to all this information. And if you want to get a copy of it, I'd love you to have it, okay? Now, what's important though is not that you know my numbers. What's important is you go through your numbers. Because this year, it's going to be about saving $5, like knowing your cost of production is critically important this year, okay? I'm just going to give you my benchmark. Now, I used, just for your example, I used a nitrogen at about $780, which is about where it is right now. Is that about right, guys? Yeah? I'm adamant that it's got to come down by fall. There's no way we can run with this level of... So, let me show you what I mean. Let's take average per... No, let's go to dark brown. Let's go to 60 bushels an acre. 60 bushels an acre. Look at your neighbor and go, oh, that's low. I can get way more than that. No? Nobody wants to look at their neighbor? It's about dryness too, but let's say we do 58 bushels an acre. Malt barley, I got a price of $6.75 new crop. But where it is, look at my seed, $30, my nitrogen, 51, 20, 58, 29, 19, 19, 12, 21. It gets all the way down to $3.30. If I've got 60 bushels an acre at $6.75, that's going to give me about $392. I've got $10.30 to come off for my fixed expenses, things like building, repair, property taxes, and overhead. $3.14 all in. That's, if I subtract my $3.14 from my $3.92, $76, $32. $32 for my living, $100 for, remember, land rent, right? My lease payments on my tractors, my land payments, my tractor payments or my combine payments, right? We had that X9 in our fields. We actually had 4 of them last year and again 2 of them this year. Really, really nice. But again, right now at malt, are we making money? Nay. Okay? Making money, we're paying most of our expenses. It's just a matter of how much payments do we have. By the way, $100. How does that sound to you guys? Have you anybody calculated yours? Is that fairly high? The worst one I've seen so far was $365. Is that person going to survive? Not at $6.75 barley. It's not going to survive. That's the worst one I've seen. I've seen a lot at about 150, 175. But I've seen some at nothing or at 25, 50. I was talking to a guy just yesterday that had, we went through his stuff afterwards. He was around about $18, $19, right, for total payment. Older guy though, right? Young guys, it's hard to do that. If we got feed barley, let's do feed barley at 70 bushels at $5.55. I'm still losing a little bit of money there. Still losing a little bit. So that's why when I was teasing you guys about are you going to grow barley, we've got to get, so if you can get contracts for malt, say over the, say, 715, 730, you're doing okay. Does that make sense to everybody? So a lot of it is going to be your pricing, trying to maximize pricing and not jumping off the bridge. Okay? There's sometimes with my truck driver, I want to push him off the edge. Okay. Anybody, I know this is not a big crop here and I can pass it by, but oats at all? No, okay. Okay. The reason being is it's actually pretty good profitability. Okay. We're going to talk quickly about canola. We're not going to, how many guys, show me just by the show of hands here, but how many guys are going to grow canola this year? You're going to? Oh, quite a few, okay. And I'm going to tell you why actually profitability-wise, you are going to grow. Okay, good, we got questions. Brett?
Yes, we've had a request from online that you actually do cover oats.
Sorry, what?
They would like you to go through the oats, some folks online.
Oh, absolutely. I love talking about oats. We grow on our home farm, we seed an awful lot of oats. In fact, I was teaching in Regina 3 weeks ago, Monday. It was 42 below outside. Of course, it's the coldest week of the year. I've got to be in Regina. Capital of intrigue and romance, right? Like Regina. 7 o'clock in the morning, Monday morning, I get this call, ring, 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 and right away it shows up that it's Patterson Grain. It's the oat plant. Patterson built an oat plant 7 miles from our place. Oh, thank you. Right? Because we used to go 54 miles to the mill. And we call him Big Mike. Big Mike's like about 6'8". His hand fits nicely around my neck. Anyways, when he's mad at me, you don't piss him off. And he phones me and he says, hey, Brad, are your trucks in the shop? And I said, yeah, we got both of our semis and our B trains are in the shop. And he says, good, I need 14 loads of oats today. By 8 o'clock tonight, we have to have 14 loads of oats. And I said, well, you know what I mean, it's 42 below. And he says, well, I tell you what, I'll give you a 557. I said, for 580, I'll get out of bed. And he said, okay, fine. I need them right, like I want them here. Let's get, 8 o'clock, I want the first load. Okay. So here's my conversation with Kevin, my truck driver. Ring, ring, ring. What the hell do you want? I know it's cold, but we gotta go. We got 14 loads. I'm getting 580 a bushel today. And then I held the phone out here because there was an awful lot of swear words coming out of there. So my brother phones me at noon. The hell did you do with Kevin? He's hopping mad. I said, well, we had to move grain. Well, we were supposed to move, we're in the construction business, we're supposed to move backhoes out to a job. I don't care. I'm selling oats. All I hear is click. So I wasn't really popular. Can you imagine 42 below having to load 14 B trains of oats? Glad I was in Regina. Okay. Now, oat production in Canada, where we grow a lot of oats is actually in the Yorkton, Tisdale, Zenon Park area, down to North Battleford, a little bit in the PA area, but more north, Loose Land area. That area grows oats. And right around Winnipeg, we grow a fair bit of oats. So if we look at that, 2023-24, Stats Canada said that we did about 2.44 million tons, about 53 and 40% below last year in the 5-year average. Now, yield was a problem. Our oats, if I was to look at this tabletop, so this is the ground, our oats were about that tall. And of course, they were right on the Trans-Canada Highway, right as you came in. If you were going to come into Winnipeg to watch the Bombers beat the Rough Riders again, you would split our farm right in half. And of course, our worst crop has to be right on the Trans-Canada Highway that everybody gets to see. And they were about that tall. Just no moisture. If we take a look at supply, projected to be about 3.74, down sharply in the 3 and the 5-year average. Exports are actually significantly higher because of very little oats. Majority are going to the US, that's easy. But they're also going to places like Chile, Mexico, and Peru, Japan, and South Korea, although the US takes the vast, vast, vast majority. Production then, if we look at 2024-25, we're looking at about, 1.3 million hectares, up about 27%, as people look for profitability. If there's no profitability in red spring wheat, and in the oat area, you can't grow durum at all. You don't grow durum where you can grow oats. Then what ends up happening is the carryouts are attractive. We're going to go up by about 9%. Production is forecast to increase about 41%. Having said all that, okay, let's take a look at our production. We had about 1 million hectares, about 1.3 million hectares. Our yield in production, about 3.7 versus 2.6. Our exports about 2.6 versus 2.5. But here's the kicker. Our carryouts, 450 this year, only 550. Usually we're going to be in and around, say, 1.2 is actually low, probably 1.5, almost 2, where 5.5, 550,000 tons is negligible. It's very, very tight oat stock. Any deviation in dryness in oats, and you're going to see a substantially higher price yet again. I'm not right now a pricer of oats. And the reason being is because of that. We're trading straight sideways at 378 as of Monday at about 4 o'clock. But at that price, I'm not going to be considering how dry it is still in Saskatchewan, which is the majority of the oat area. I was just in Tisdale yesterday, very dry. I'm going to sit and wait and not price a lot of my new crop oats. Okay, so I have a price then in the dark brown. Let's take 82 bushels an acre, $5.25. I know the price is not there yet. A lot of my guys signed contracts in and around $5.10 to $5.50 a couple weeks ago, but about $4.32, $2.24 to put the crop in the ground, another $10 for miscellaneous, $234.89. That's going to give me $197. Right now, so far, against red spring wheat or barley, oats is better than barley or red spring wheat. Brett?
Question online, what outside factor, global production or another crop or area will impact oat price?
Not really very much at all, and that's what I love about growing oats. It's all about the US. Sweden traditionally was our competition, but ocean freight, with the volume, ocean freight, diesel fuel today is not going to allow oats coming in from Sweden in any fashion. And Sweden's also growing a little more corn and a little more canola than the oats. So that's one of the reasons why I kind of like oats, because it's a North American production. It's in a very, very small area of North America, but it's in fairly high demand. How many people you can go to Tim's right now and you can order coffee with oat milk into it? Yes? Right? Oat milk is super popular in California, San Diego, San Francisco, Seattle area. Super, super popular. A lot of people are drinking oat milk versus, that can't digest the protein in the milk. So that's one of the reasons why oats are still priced actually pretty darn good compared to barley or wheat. Questions? Okay. How are we doing for time there, boss? 5 minutes. Okay. I don't think, well, maybe what we'll do is just very, very, we've already gone through what's happening with soybeans because we need to get to canola. But I just want to show you this. This was something that popped up in November. And I just found it interesting. China, the biggest buyer of importer of of soybeans globally booked 95 cargo ships. 95 cargo ships. It's 100,000 ton ships. Those are the biggest ships in the world. Okay? And from Brazil, from the 1st of November to the end of November. Next month, there are 52 vessels already scheduled. In contrast, export sales of U.S. soybeans are down 40%. Now, the biggest time for China to buy soybeans or canola is what 4 months? I told you this last year. What 4 months of the year that we have to make sales to China? September, October, November, and December. That's the 4 biggest months of buying. And they chose to buy those big months from who? Brazil, right? Not Canada either. Okay. This is just showing you the China soybean import share. The blue there is United States, and of course the red now is Brazil. Okay, let me jump, and then we'll stop there. And we'll talk about canola right after lunch. How is that? Are we fair? Okay, let's do that. Okay, you want to shut?
Just a little bit of housekeeping. So, Brad, what time, for those online, what time would we be coming back here? Okay, coming back at 1:45 for those online, if you want to go grab a bite to eat. For everybody in attendance here, we're going to do it kind of a loop. So if you want to go through the kitchen here, the food's set up. We've got some great food from the parlor here. And thanks to Janet and Cheryl from the Prairie Center team for putting that together for us. So if you go through this door, grab your food, and then come back out this way. We've got some iced tea, coffee, and we'll see everybody at 1:45.
Okay. Awesome. Yeah, lunch, by the way, for the guys that are on the net, lunch was very good, by the way. So just in case you're wondering for next year, either stay home or come in and you get a free lunch. Don't ever say that the credit union did not give you something free. Well, it's not free because you have to listen to me, right? By the way, we just had lunch with these young gentlemen right here. Can't believe how much I learned. So I think I learned more from you guys than you're ever going to learn from me. Pretty cool young gentlemen. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to talk about canola. Now, how we're going to do this, we're going to talk about canola. Then we're going to talk about lentils. And then we're going to come back to durum, okay? And there is a method to my madness. Because we've been talking about wheat, we've been talking about barley, we talked a little bit about oats, and looking at profitability. So what I want to get to then, let's talk about canola. Now, remember I always tell you, the best month of the year to sell canola is when? May. Okay, that one's easy, but what week in May? No! Oh, I shouldn't have said that out loud, should I have? First week. Thank you. The 1st to the 8th. Usually around about the 4th to the 5th of May. Now, and in fact, when we look at this is, my wife the other day wanted to take me shopping. So I had charting to do. So this is the chart that you guys get because she wanted to take me shopping, just in case. If we took a look at, this is canola cash, okay? Here in Saskatchewan, midpoint Saskatchewan, from 2013 out to 2022. Yes, 23 still supports it. May, particularly that first week of May. Now, I'm going to adjust that a little bit and also talk about the very, very first week of December too as well. The other one that I look at is July. Now, if you're still holding canola or if you're looking to price canola, what we see in the canola market is if it's dry, not in Canada, But if it's dry in the US, that will shift from May, and actually it'll be around about the 22nd to the 24th of June for very good price. I do sell a tremendous amount of canola in May, old crop and new crop. I also sell usually about the 4th of July. And the reason for that is we haven't got to the crop yet. But if it stays dry, I'll be probably pricing somewhere around the 24th of June. I never, ever want to keep anything, lentils, wheat, barley, oats, anything past the 8th of July. Because after the 8th of July, what do we start thinking about what's influencing price? Harvest, exactly, new crop. And you'll see just an absolute drop. And I have a lot of guys, like when prices were very good a couple years ago in the wheat, and they would keep phoning me, well, when should I sell? You need to sell today. 3 days later, price goes up. Phone me, when should you sell? Today, right? And then about the 20th, when it's fallen off $2, when should I sell? Right? Okay, so keep that in mind, but this is good. The other thing that this is very good for is wheat and oats. Okay, we do have that same kind of analogy. It does not work for lentils. Okay, so keep that in mind. Next year we will have a lentil price by week, actually, okay, for you. Because my wife is going to want to take me shopping again. Now, I want to show you something. And this is Stats Canada. Stats Canada. In September, Stats Canada came out and said that our production in 23-24 was going to be not 18.3, they said it was going to be 17.368 to be exact. Now, if you are as a farmer, if you are in the trade, you start working through the balance sheet. So you got total supply would have been about 18.9. You would have came all the way down to this number right here, which says it's 145. This number at 17 would have been under 1 million tons. And I've always told you for the last 25 consecutive years, if you're under 1 million tons, you're going to have good price. And a lot of the advice, be it in Cargill or be it myself or be it anybody else, left field, anybody that is coaching farmers, okay, would say, you know what, at 1 million tons or under, we expect as we go through the first week of December, we are going to have good prices. Maybe more in the $16 range, maybe even $17.25. And then, on the 8th of December, Ag Canada came out and said, oh, we made a mistake. They found 900,000 tons of canola. And all of a sudden now, we don't end with 1.45, we don't end with under 1,000 tons. It goes to 18.228, and all of a sudden we get 14 or 1.45. Now, 1.45 is not terrible. It's not tremendously terrible. The problem is that 1.45 is absolutely, unequivocally wrong. Now, how do I know that? Because of this. Now, I work with a number of other economists. One that I have a massive amount of respect for is Farmco, but it's John DePape. John was a trader. John and I are about the same age. We graduated about the same time. He did his MBA, I did my master's. But he runs Farmco Risk Management, there's the number. But what we do is we trade back information on a daily basis. And one of the things that he gave me, this is as of January 1, was this slide right here. This is year-to-date canola exports. Our exports, as of the 1st of July, were 2.5, and where should they have been? 5. Now, why? I can't even say that. Why? Because we are making sales for oil to the United States. But are other countries buying our seed? Because if they were, would have got offered a better price and you would have sold more canola. Does that make sense? Just say yes. So you weren't, I'm not teasing you here. You, based on the information that they provided to us, all the way up to December 2nd, you would be right to hold the vast majority of your canola. Does that make sense? Okay? And that's what everybody was giving the advice to, was one Ag Canada. Now, did Ag Canada find 900,000 tons? It's a million. Remember, we only produce 18 million tons. Did they find another million tons? What they did, the only thing that I can understand is that they overestimated the July numbers by about 450. They underestimated the crop because the crop overall in Western Canada was slightly better than we thought it was going to be. Does that make sense? So it wasn't that they found 500 or 900 or 1,000 tons, or 1 million tons, sorry, is that they underestimated the spring and then underestimated the fall. So what they had to make up for is basically 1 million tons of canola. But 1 million tons of canola is the difference between $14 and $17. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay? Now, what's happening now, though, is, so let's do some farmer's math, simple farmer's math. If I take the end of December, where the Canadian Grains Commission, by the way, where did we get this information from? We didn't create this chart, ladies and gentlemen. All it is we go to the Canadian Grains Commission every week, and every Friday they publish how much grain has been brought into the system and out of the system. So we're not fictitiously making this slide up. Based on hard numbers provided to us by the Canadian Grains Commission. But it's reported that 7.123 million tons of canola has been delivered off the farms. But that leaves 11 million tons yet to be sold. Now, does Cargill, Louis Dreyfus, Richardson's, Patterson know that? Do you think they know that? Because they probably get it from us, from John or I. That tells me then that if we have 30 weeks to go in the crop year, January 1 to the 1st of August, we need to sell 373,000 tons or 4 super tankers, or 3.7 because 100,000 ton ship. We need to sell that every single week. Can we do that physically? Have we done that physically? Not a ghost of a chance. So what that tells me then is that we got 42% of the way through the crop year, we delivered 38.2% of the canola, which matches essentially to there, which means that we have a tremendous amount of canola yet to be sold. Does that make you super happy? If you sold right off the combine, off the farm, you in this weird year, that was the right decision to make. How many wish you would have sold more of that off the combine? A lot of us would have. Now, this is year-to-date canola deliveries. Again, we are, call it 6,000, but we should be at 10,000 under normal conditions. Now, what I'm going to do here is come back here. If we take a look at high demand in 2018, and I just want to give you this a perspective on $600 canola. When we had high demand, we had about 540, 530 canola. When we had high supply in 2020 and 19, we were selling canola in the 450 range. So 600, I know we would love to have 700 or 800, 850 bucks, but 600 isn't absolutely terrible. So don't jump off the bridge, okay? Yet. Was it the bridge or was it? No, sorry. I'm teasing you. But if we go back to that slide I showed you before, if we go to 2012, July of 2008, we were sitting at about $700 was the high side of that cycle. But we averaged through that cycle, call it right about $500. Until, of course, we hit our 19th of July, and then we've seen it spike up to about December of 2019 going into 2020. 2022, sorry. Now, so there's our canola. Now, I'm going to, every year I do this for you guys, and this is my selling of canola on our own farm. First of all, I'm going to draw a chart for my own brain. At $800, I'm forgetting about anything over $800. Just forget about it, okay? I'm going to draw a line at $700. I'm going to draw a line at $650. And then I'm going to draw a line at about $600. And there's a reason. We do not, ladies and gentlemen, want to go through $600 in the May. And the reason being is, let's step back. And let's step back all the way to January of 21. There's not a lot of stops from here to there. And by the way, that changed from 600 to 525. We need canola to stay above $600 in the May. Because if it goes below that, it'll have a tendency to drop to the next major stop, and that next major stop really is around 525. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay, if you're a chart guy. Now, the one interesting part about canola is that we have had nothing since the 2nd of December but terrible news. Biggest U.S. soybean crop, biggest Brazilian bean crop, average 18.8 or 18.3 million tons of Canadian canola, 20 million tons of European, and a big 8 million ton crop in Australia. And yet we're still holding $600. So is there an opportunity for it to go up? If it was to go up, what month would it go up? Help me out here. May, yeah. Now, I've drawn some lines though. If we're to see that, there's 625 is the stop right there. The next stop is 650. At 650 on May the 4th, hopefully. Are you going to sell? No, you're going to wait for 700. Okay. If it continues to stay dry, there's an opportunity. I would argue that at 625, I'm probably going to liquidate a lot of my canola. At 650, I'm going to be absolutely clear. But what am I going to do at 625 and 650? I am going to sell one hell of a pile of canola into the forward market. Why? Because if everybody grows, if we have $4 corn, $12 soybeans, the U.S. and Brazil is going to grow soybeans. Is that going to bring down our overall cash price of canola, yes or no? I think it's going to. So at 600 or I would say 625, 650, I'm going to try to price a lot of canola into the fall for 2025, for fall of 2024 into January, February of 25. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay. What are we going to watch, though? We're going to watch weather in those big states like Minnesota, Iowa, Indiana, Illinois, Michigan, okay, Ohio. At $700, it's that to me, 650 after 650 to me is gravy. I'm making money at 625. I'm going to be pricing because I'm more worried about the downside, because the downside really is about 450. Now, I don't think we're going to get down to, I think we're going to have inflation as we talked about, but I think we're going to get down into this $500 range in 2025. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay. Now, we talked about canola sale in the form of seed. Now, we sell in seed about 5.2 million tons. Who buys the vast majority of it? It's China. China is there at 3.253 million tons. Why do they buy seed and not oil? Anybody tell me? Sorry? Can't hear you. The crush is cheaper. You're absolutely right, because we're paying our guys $30 or $40 an hour. They're paying $1.40, yes? Okay? The other thing they get is they get the meal for the hogs, right? Okay, so they buy seed. Now, so they buy around 60% of our seed. Next, by a long ways down, is Japan at 774,000. Mexico would be next at 730,000. On the oil side, of course, it is going to be the U.S. We're going to produce around about 2.3 million tons of oil, with the U.S. buying the vast majority at 2 million tons, where China only buys about 104, 106,000 tons every year. Not very much at all. So, who are the two people that we have to keep happy? The U.S., Mr. Trump. Be careful, because Trump is very protectionistic. Okay? And China. Right now, a lot of our politics don't like China. Okay? So we have to, it's just the reality. Who are we selling to? Who do we got to keep relatively happy? The other thing is, I often get this question, well, why did, and I showed you this last couple of years, the yellow-orange line, let's go orange line up here. Now, what this is the orange line here is canola. The white line here on your screen is going to be soybeans. Now, if we look at 2020 in July, we've seen a big separation of canola versus soybeans. Now, that partly was demand, demand. Now, the only thing that I said is be careful, because there's something called the principle of substitution in economics. In other words, if the price of of soybeans is here and the price of canola is up here, China's going to eventually clue into that and stop buying canola up here and so they're going to collapse on each other. Yes? That's what happened? Yeah. And we went from $17 canola. We always had $12 beans, but we had $17, $18, $19, $20 canola, which makes no sense because China would be then buying expensive. Okay? But the supply of soybeans was nowhere near what it is now. So we have this massive boom in soybeans, and of course, what happens is canola collapses on its sick cousins, I call it, soybeans. So where are we then? Canola production, it decreased about 2% in 2023-24, again to about 18.3. Now, and again, we can argue about what it actually should be. In fact, there's we go, the federal agency increased canola production for 2023 from its September by 900,000 tons. Bless their little pointed heads. Right? Okay. Now, when we look at 24, 25, this upcoming year, we're looking at a very small drop in canola. Most of that is going to be moving to lentils, okay? As we see profitability. Forecast for supplies are to rise marginally. I think it's going to be not marginally, it's going to be more than marginally. It's going to be not huge amount of increase in supply, but if we don't start selling canola really, really quickly, we could be in the 2.4, 2.8 million tons, which would be very detrimental. That's $500 a ton, guys, okay? Does that make sense? That's what I'm worried about. Total demand forecast to remain constant. This is Stats Canada. No, it's not. And I'm showing you this because I'm showing you the deviation. Because I can't prove it to you. Because I don't have the sales, the exports, to show you. Does that make sense to everybody? And if I don't have sales, I'm going to end up with more carryouts. Okay? So what am I looking at? What are the keys then? Obviously, the speed of Canadian sales. But the other one is the strength of Chinese buying from Canada and from the US. And right now, we're not seeing that demand side, either in Canada or in particularly the US and the soybean market. So we need, remember that the biggest buying months for China are September, October, November, December. Have we passed that by? And then we're still left with 11 million tons of canola to get. And that's what happens, is we start to see this downward price of our canola into the cash, $550, $575. And again, this is March, but we don't want to go below that $600. And I think we actually, notice what's happening right now is we keep bopping below it in the morning and then generally closing just about $600 in the May or just slightly. Gentlemen, did you guys, anybody check canola today? It's down a lot, but probably I think it will come back up. When you say a lot, what are we talking about, $11? How much, 2%? Is that March though, or is that May? Oh, shoot. We want it to come back up because there's not, again, look at those charts. If you're a chart reader, guys, you know that there's nothing really till we hit 525 to stop us to go down. Now, let's look at the budgets then. Let's take, everybody look at your neighbor and say, yeah, we can easily get 42 bushels an acre. Just look at them and say, that's easy. 42 bushels an acre, I have a cash price at $14.50. That is going to be if you have contracted. $14.50. I would say we're probably going to be in the cash somewhere around about the $12.50, $12.75 range. But let's use $14.50 because we like that number. $607. My cost, look at my seed cost, $85. $85 for my nitrogen. All in $443 plus 14 is $458. It's $149. At the end of everything, my $32, I'm losing my voice, $32 for my living cost, $100 worth of my debt. That is going to give me $17.39 in my jeans at the end of the day, but I've paid everything. Doesn't give you much for growth. Now, remember, ladies, that the $32, that's your living cost. That's, ladies, take your husband or your boyfriend to Hawaii. Remember what I always say, ladies, not at the same time, okay? But I think that's a solid, $32, $100, pretty solid number. Okay, again, depending on what you have for debt on your farm. Any questions on canola? I've got $14.50. A lot of, that would be if I contracted, about $12.50 to $13 is where I see canola next year. Comments, questions? Okay. Anybody want to talk about flax? No, you don't. Okay, good. Anybody on the net, Brett, want to talk about flax? Okay, we can come back to it. It's no problem. The big problem with flax is it's not production. We're going to have very, very low production. We're going to have negligible carryouts. It's all about Kazakhstan and Russia. The biggest market for flax is going to be Germany and Belgium. And we're seeing now a lot of grain coming in from Kazakhstan, Turkey, Russia in the form of flax into Belgium and into Germany. That's what it's about. So we've got a price of $15. It's just, look at the carryouts are negligible, almost nothing. And yet we can't see that price to go up. Okay, just really quickly now, let's move on. Let's do peas. Okay, anybody want to talk about peas? Yeah? Okay. I got some guys going, no, some guys going, yeah. Okay, let's quickly talk about peas. Interesting enough, we just talked about Russia. Let's take a look at our global pea production major. This is Marlene's out of Mercantile Consulting Ventures Inc. Fantastic group. Really good markets of the specialty crops. Let's talk about the U.S. production. There's the U.S. in 21, 22, and 23. They're not exporters. Most of that's going to be in Indiana, right around Purdue University, Indiana. And that's going to go into the Campbell soup market. We've got the Ukraine, but again, not big exporters. Then we move into Russia. Now notice that Russia has really, really ramped up pea production. There we go. In the gray. Australia, not so much. Then we get into EU. EU is not an exporter, and then we get to Canada. But this is the one that caught my attention, was that Marlene reported that the review of the market share data shows that Canadian market share is, share in China, my words, my brain ain't working with my lips. I was down in the Mississippi River Delta, and I'm doing presentations for about 3 days straight. And I come back, I fly back from Chicago into Winnipeg, and my wife picks me up, and I said, "How you all doing?" She goes, "Quit talking like that." Okay. The review of the market share data shows that the Canadian market share of the critical key buyer, which is China again, has dropped from 93% in 2020 to 70.4 in 23. Again, if it's going to be profitable, there's going to be eventually other players, and Russia is putting in more peas. They are growing canola, but peas seems to do especially in the Urals. That's the Ural Mountains. Moscow's up here. You kind of follow and you hit the Urals right about halfway through the country. Siberia is up here, just in case you guys want to go on vacation. Yeah. The Urals is down here. Seems to be growing a fair bit of peas. Okay. Russia's gone from 0 to 22% in about 2 years, which is significant. Again, is it because China is buying from a like-minded country? They still buy a lot from Canada. Okay. If we look at 2023, certainly fell below the 5-year average by about 10%. Seeded area also fell. Seeded area also fell below the 5-year average by about 40%. That well may be coming back. Now, the only thing about, so I was doing a lot of work, or doing a lot of outlooks, say in the Luceland, North Battleford area, and one of the problems is they're not going to grow a lot of peas. Anybody tell me why? Why? And they are traditionally big pea producers. Anybody tell me why? Disease, white mold. They've just built it up in their soil. So they've been going wheat, canola peas for so many years that now the peas are really holding a lot of disease. And they're actually looking for areas to move into that hasn't grown a lot of peas. I know a lot of our producers, say in the Tisdale area or the Yorkton area or the Kenora area, have gotten phoned and said, hey, have you thought about pea production? Because they're looking for contracts for peas. Okay. Yellow peas fell by about 7.7%. So if you guys are growing yellows, 19% of the seeded area. Where do I want to go? China obviously is still the biggest buyer at 1.44 million tons. Bangladesh, though, is buying a little bit more at about 405 tons, followed by the US and then Pakistan. Of course, Saskatchewan led the way with producing about 53% of the peas. Very little in Manitoba, a fair bit in Saskatchewan, or in Alberta, about 42%. India did remove the import tariffs only to March 30th, though, okay, of 2024, 31st. Hopefully, we'll be able to move peas. Green peas really took off from that. If we look at 2023-24, oh, we already talked about that. I want to get to, there we go. I want to get to 23-24. We're looking at a rise to about 1.3 million hectares, which will get us back to some previous production. Production, we're expecting to go up to about 3.1. This is one of the reasons, under normal conditions, I would be contracting peas. If I can get some yellows and greens contracts that are reasonable, I would definitely start there, because I'm a bit worried about all this extra production in the peas, particularly if Russia has a decent crop. What I want to show you is, this is monthly pea imports from China. This yellow, all these yellow bars here are Canada. But if we notice, starting in April, the blue here, there's June, there's August, that is Russia. That is Russia. Pretty significant change, isn't it? Don't forget, we weren't short peas, were we? Really? Okay. So it's interesting that all of a sudden they flipped over and started buying peas from Russia. Okay. Now, the fabulous year-end stats. Let's look at 23-24, that's this year. Produced 2.1 million hectares. We harvested about 2.6 million tons. Our total supply was about 3.1. We exported, or we will export, by the way, this is a solid number, 2.2 million tons. And where our stocks-to-use ratio, we're going to end up at about 9% this year. And that only gives us about 270,000 tons, which is negligible. Very, 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 very low. One of the lowest I've ever seen. I don't know even if I've even seen it that low before. We are going to produce a little bit more. It's going to give us carryouts of 400,000 tons, but that again is not burdensome. 400,000 tons we can easily deal with, but it's going to change the price. Okay? You know, when we talk about, let's say we got grains at $17 a bushel, we're going to be back down into the $13, $14 a bushel on the greens. But if we do that, I got $13.50 at 43 bushels an acre. At $13.50, it's $585. I'm going to put the crop in totally at $329. That gives me $255, $32 for my living, $100 for a debt, and I am now back making money. Boy, it took a long time to get there, didn't it? So that is, you're covering your whole cost, plus you've got room to grow if you were to grow. And again, that's $13.50, not $17, but $13.50 at 40 bushels an acre of green peas. Questions on greens at all? Anything, Brett? We can come back though. Let's look at yellows. Yellows I don't think are going to fall quite as far. I've got a price of $11. We've pretty much got guys signing at contracts at that, so 40, call it 43 bushels, $476, all in $319 to put the crop in the ground, $157.61 is my profit. I subtract off, thanks guys, $32, $100, and that gives me $25 to grow the business. But I am paying everything. I paid my living, I paid all my tractor payments, all my lease payments, all my land payments, and I'm still going to have reasonable amount of money in my jeans at the end of the day, depending on your yield. At 50 bushels, again, under good growing conditions, you know, there's a lot more money there. But peas is a really solid option this year. And again, moisture, get them in early, you know, one of those things. Hopefully we get much, much more than 40 bushels an acre. Everybody just go, yes. I'm trying to make it sound good. Okay. Now, what we want to do is I want to come back to the Durham, gents. Okay, can we shoot me back to Durham? And there's a method to my madness. It's way back there, yep. Oh, you're getting close. By the way, this was the test. Did you guys get all that? Okay, perfect. Thanks, boys. Okay, now there's a method to my madness here. When I look out into my crystal ball, because, you know, everybody's got to have a crystal ball, right? I look at Durham is one of those crops that is profitable. I know that there's been a lot of other analysts that say, hey, there's concern about the drop in the Durham price. I'm not one of those people. If we look at Durham acres, the first thing we look at is United States. A, because it's straight south of us. Then about 1.68 Durham acres. In talking with a lot of the Montana, South Dakota, North Dakota producers, it looks like they're going to produce, or hope to produce, about the same as this year. They're fighting, just like you, for profitability. They're looking at Durham, they're looking at red spring wheat, they're looking at corn and soybeans. That's their options. If you're in North Dakota They're not going to sow durum. They're going to seed sugar beets. Big sugar industry. It is supply managed in the United States. In other words, they get paid for growing sugar beets. So about 1.68. Now, in that area, I've already showed you it's very dry. Montana, South Dakota, North Dakota, parts of northern Minnesota, where the durum acres are, it's very dry. Yield last year in the United States was 37 bushels an acre. And why am I showing you this? Just to compare your production to theirs, okay? They're averaging right around 41, 42 bushels an acre for durum. Now, their durum production was 0.59 billion bushels, but pretty average, maybe even slightly below average. Their durum, remember, we compete with the United States. So their beginning stocks were 0.8. Their exports were about 0.7. You'll see that we do more than that because they actually process. 1.6 is going to be their production. And their imports, where do you think they get 1.1 million tons from? You guys, right? That's really what it comes down to. Now, Canadian production for durum was about 4 million tons, 30% less. Substantial. Now, the interesting part about that is where do we grow durum? We grow durum in Saskatchewan, southern Alberta, Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, Algeria. Okay, Algeria is a big producer, also a big buyer of durum. And same with southern France, southern Italy, and southern Spain. Now, what's interesting about European and Algeria is it's very dry, okay? In all of the growing areas of durum, globally, it's very dry. Nevada produces durum. Mexico produces durum, all dry, okay? And that's one of the reasons why I'm fairly positive, quite positive on durum. Total supply is 30% less than 2022-23, which was low. Carryout starts to forecast to rise by about 10% from the record low level. If we look at the world durum production is to fall about 31.4 million tons, down about 9% from the previous year because of North Africa, North America, and Europe. Total supply is down 8%. Carryout stocks are pegged in Canada about 4.9, with the major exporter share dropping to about 2 million tons. The lowest, ladies, gentlemen, since 1997, 1998, which is a little while ago. Were you born in 1997, 98? Yeah. Oh, just? I got underwear older than you. Okay. Just tells you how old I am. The U.S., we talked about U.S., they're down about 8%. This is Canadian durum ending stocks. Very reasonable. 450,000 tons. If we look back, look at 2018, 2016, 2013. Is that better stock? Again, if southern Saskatchewan, northern Montana, northern South Dakota, they stay dry. Wow. Algeria, dry, right? Like you start adding this stuff up. This is production. We're about 4, as we said. Obviously, we've been higher. Now let's look at the carryouts. This is 2023-24. And again, we just seen them at 450,000 tons, which as a trader, I look at 450,000 tons and go, that's very low. Obviously, the durum price has dropped a little bit, particularly since September. And the idea, and part of, everybody knows why the durum price dropped, right? And what country came into our market? Turkey, right? Yeah, Turkey. But you got to understand about Kazakhstan, Ukraine, Russia, Turkey. It's not Turkey, for Russia to get 91 million tons, for Turkey to produce large amounts of durum, they have to have absolutely perfect weather, which they had in 2023. The ability for them to produce the same level of durum production in Turkey, probably not going to happen, okay? How many times have you had a bumper crop 2 years in a row? Not very often. I can't even remember us having 2 years of bumper crops. In Russia, that's what they had, and in Turkey. Now, if we look at durum, there's a method to my madness, because let's say we do 46 bushels an acre at $11, that's $509. It's going to cost me $320.54 to put the crop in the ground. I got $188.32 for my living, $100 worth of debt, that's $56.76, which is way better than wheat, better than barley. And that's why I'm looking at, and that's at 46 bushels an acre. Again, is that doable? Hopefully. Right? At 50, 55, you're doing really well on durum. Now remember that durum, I look at durum, actually $11 is my sleeper. I could see it going above $11. Again, why? Because we're dry, okay? Any questions on durum? Okay, now I need you to flip all the way back, gentlemen, to lentils, okay? Questions on durum. I know this is a big crop. You heard me last year. I was very positive on durum last year. Do you want to do that? Sorry. Sparky is going to come by and, give you just say it again, just for that.
Is this on?
Yeah, it is.
So in that early May, late April, with a potential drought scare, what do you see as a sort of a peak lock-in price potential?
That's a great question, because I've kind of given you that for the other crops. I'm looking at, I would say definitely anything over 11. As I get into the late 11s, I'd be doing it all day long. I would do about 20%, 25%. And the reason being, if it's dry in May, and then you look at it and say in June, let's say it goes to 12.10, 12.20. You lock in some more. The first week of July, lock in some more. Okay? But you then hold yourself out, say 25, 35% for the fall. Does that make sense? So don't burn your load all at one time. What we try to do is kind of average, daily average, but over those periods of time, like May the 1st, like say the 15th of June, the 4th of July, and then hold 25, 35% for that fall to see if we do get up into that $14 that we had, back in September. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay, any other questions? Brett, any questions on the net? Okay. Starting to get a little worried now. Actually, you guys are staying awake, though. Look at the sugar he's... Okay, that's another $20, Peanut.
Just gathering all the cash for the day.
Oh, I love it. Okay, now let's take a look at global lentil production. One of the things that I'm always trying to talk about is a greater sense of the world's production, so that when it's dry or wet in other countries, you guys can really focus and say, what does that mean to us here in Rosetown, Saskatchewan? So let's talk about Australia. Australia has put an emphasis on growing lentils for the Chinese market, the Pakistani and the Indian market. Just under 1 million tons, 675, 360,000 tons, very dry that year. 817, 924, 1,614, so 1.6, 1.4 million tons. Okay, now let's move to Bangladesh. Remember that Bangladesh is not a real exporter. So I'm not going to pay a lot of attention to it. They are an importer. So if we go then to Canada, it's a big dog, 2.559, 2.192, 2.377, 2.868, big crop, that was in 2020, 1.59, 2.351, and in 23, 1.797 for Canada. Now, India, big buyer of lentils. Now, you've got to think about this. Say, well, geez, I thought that India would be the largest producer. Nay, they buy. They are big producers of what? Lupins. What's that? Pigeon peas, lupins, and lupins. So we go. Let's talk about India. 1.22, 1.62, 1.23, 1.1, 1.49, 1.3, 1.4. Again, then we get into Turkey. Now, Turkey's not a big producer. They'll buy, but Turkey, for the last 5,000 years, Turkey was on the Silk Road. Turkey continues to buy commodity, and that can be anything from spice to grain to steel, and what they do is bring it in, and then they separate it out, and they send it on to India, Pakistan, China, wherever. Bangladesh, they're a buyer and a seller. Last but not least is the US at the top there. Just giving you an idea who else is our competitors. If we take a look at the Saskatchewan 2023, we had green lentils at about 770,000 acres. The big dog, of course, is going to be your red lentils at 1.985. So where do we sit? Stats Canada production on it did go again. I wish Ag Canada would not do this to us. Lentil production is estimated to be about 1.7, about 27% smaller than the 2022, and a lot of that is parts of Outlook Saskatchewan, but really a lot of that's down from Swift Current down to Pontax Frontier over towards Estevan. They really did not get a crop at all. Fox Valley, very small crop. Lentil supply then is about 1.9 million, about 27% smaller than last year's. Now, this is what I wanted to show you. Again, remember we talk about carryout stocks. So let's start in 2014, 2015. We go up here, we see that stocks were about 363,000 tons at the end of the year. 2015, 2016 was the smallest I've ever seen in stock, about 73,000 tons. In 2016, about 315, and then we have our big years, which are 2017 to 2019, 872, 855. Sort of came back down to some very normal numbers, or better numbers at 209. 2021 was about 438,000. 23, I missed a year. 21-22 was 223. 22-23 was 147, and then 132. So we are really sitting on very low carryouts with lentils. We're making sales. We should be relatively good. That gives us a stocks to use ratio of around about 7%, which is historically low on lentils. And that's one of the reasons why that I'm very, very positive on the lentil side. If we want to look at where do our lentils actually go, I have this long conversation with people that say, it's all going to India. No, it's not. Now, it might end up in India, but if we look at 22-23, India was the biggest at 661,000, but look at Turkey at 575,000. Next would be United Arab Emirates at about 206,000, and it falls off from there, Bangladesh, United States, Colombia, and downwards. But so we always think about India, but a lot of it's going into Turkey. It may end up in India, but through the Turkey. In fact, if we go back to 21-22, Turkey was bigger than India in our sales. Okay. Now we know that most of the lentils grown in Saskatchewan are going to be red lentils. Turkey is the second biggest buyer of lentils, followed by the United Arab Emirates, and we know that India generally is. City area, it fell to about 3.2 million. If we go, India is always the large factor on the red lentil market. We know that. If we look at April, May, June, July, we're actually selling a lot of lentils to India through that time period. Australia has expanded. They're producing the second largest red lentil crop ever at 1.2 million tons, although it's down about 27% from last year. Together, red lentils in Canada and Australia, roughly about 2.2 million, but it's down about 37% from the previous year. If we then look at greens in last year's production, acres declined. What do I want to say? Importers concerned about green lentil supply have caused Canadian bids to really move up, and we're going to see that in the green production. I'm going to go through here. This is what I want to get to. And again, we're just showing you how little stocks-to-use ratio, somewhere about 1.35 to about 9% stocks-to-use ratio, 7 to 9%. So very, very low. So our red lentils, now, does anybody remember what price that I told you we're going to be for last year? Did anybody write it down? Good, I can BS you. Actually, I did say 34 cents. Was I right? Eventually, I was right. Yes, thank you. You're right. I was going to actually say that. If I wait long enough, the number of years, I'm going to be right one of these years, eventually in that year. You're right. Now, I'm looking at about 32 to 34 cents in the reds. The greens are the ones that I'm worried about. Green lentils are they were upwards of 70 cents, 70 some cents. They have the biggest fall because a lot of the producers that I've been talking to that are red, traditionally red producers, are going green. Now the problem with that is the green market is a good market, but it's super small. So if you get a lot of greens, what happens? Right? You get a drop. So there's the medium greens. If you are in the Frenches, not a lot of Frenches are growing at all. Now, let's talk about green lentils. If we're getting, say, let's do 1,700 pounds, 50 cents a pound is what I've got, 848. I think I'm going to be pretty close to 50. We might see it drop down to 42, but we'll see. I'll eventually get to 50 one of these years. 848. It's going to cost me about $305 to put the crop in the ground. That's going to give me a fair bit of profit. At that level is pretty hard. I know 1,700 pounds on the greens, but that would certainly be certainly the highest profitability if you could get that yield. If we go over to, say, 1,200 pounds, you're still doing 202 after you've paid everything on the greens. Okay, let's go to reds. Let's do 13, almost 1,400 pounds, 34 cents a pound, 472, 251 to put the crop in the ground. Give me $221, $32 for my living, $100 for debt, and that's going to give me $89.09. Still very, very, very strong. One of the reasons why you will continue to grow red lentils. So Durham and red lentils, surprisingly enough, for your area are two of, and I would say Durham is one of those crops that's got more room to move on the positive side. Red lentils are stuck at about 34 cents, 32, 34 cents. Still good, solid dollars. Questions, comments on red lentils or greens? Yes. Let me grab a sip of coffee.
Okay, so while you do that, so the question is, so 60 cents a pound, large greens, new crop, sign up is the question.
I would do that all day long and all night long. No, I'm dead serious. If I could get 60 on greens, think about the profitability. I look at it in a weird way. If I'm going to be making $100 or over, I'm pricing right now. I'll start. That's where I'm going to start. If I can make $100 over and above all my costs, my living costs, my tractor payments, my land payments, I'll do that all day long. One of the biggest areas when I was trading, 68% of all the grain sold in Canada is sold at the lowest possible price. How do you think Richardson's and Pioneer and Viterra and Louis Dreyfus and G3 make their money? Right? If we're making money, let's start making some decisions, not selling the whole farm. I'm talking about, but if we can start 20%, 25%, start there and see where the weather goes. See where it goes. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay. So generally, I market 4 times a year. The first week of December, terrible this year. Didn't sell anything. Okay. Thanks to Ag Canada. Bless their little pointed heads. Not Ag Canada, sorry, Stats Canada. Okay. May the 1st, around that May the 1st, right? I'm going to sell. I also really, really sell a fair bit of my canola, my lentils, say lentils or peas, during the Saskatoon Ag Show, because they're trying to sign guys up, and they usually have better premiums. If you're in Manitoba, you would go to the Ag Days in Brandon, and that's what we would do, but you always go the first day. You never go the last day, okay? So we do some there, and then May, and then we watch the weather. And then it's going to be around the 20th of, if it's dry, 20th of June. If not, it's going to be the 4th of July is generally where we're going to price. Okay? And I'm not that smart. It's just 40 years of doing this every single day, right? As you start to watch patterns. And understanding, if you're on the trading floor, understanding who's buying and when are they buying. Okay? And that's one of the reasons why I want to show you who's producing and then who's buying, so you understand how you can follow that crop throughout the year. The other thing you've got to always remember, because Blair and Brett pay me to do this, you have full access to me at any time. I should give you my wife's phone number, right? But if you want to phone me, I do enjoy talking to you. And in fact, a lot of you do, actually. I get a lot of calls. So 1-204-792-4095. So 1-204-792-4095. I get a lot of people phoning me and just confirming their idea. Should I be selling? What is interesting about that is, I work with a lot of really super fantastic farmers. And it's interesting because every single time this happens, they'll all start phoning me, the best of the best of the best of the best guys start phoning me all the same day. Should we be selling canola? Oh, I don't know, what do you think? Right? So you get to know pretty quick that if the best of the best of the best guys are selling, what should you be doing? Because they've got a phenomenal track record. Okay? So I'll pass that on to you. Okay, any other crops? Does anybody want to talk about any mustard at all? Yes? Yes, you do. I know you do. And you're going to grow it again and you're going to put it away. Yep. Actually, mustard production is up about 168. Now, the point to mustard is forget about all the numbers I'm going to give you because they're not right. And I'm not trying to be funny. Okay? Stats Canada came up way overestimated. You know, I know, because we're doing this every day. But total supplies to rise by 13%. What I want to do is get to here. So they say that we did 258,000 acres this year. And we had total supply of 215, not even close. Not even close. I don't know where they dug these numbers up. Carryout stocks then would be 65. I think it's more around about 30, 20 to 30. But that has really affected price. Our stocks-to-use ratio, they say, is 43. My numbers that I've got are about 18.5% stocks-use ratio, which has then caused, if we look at this, these numbers here out of Ag Canada have really watched this price fall off to here. That should not be there. We should be looking at, somewhere, I would say 85 would be low in my numbers. And that's why I was teasing you, but I wasn't teasing you, kiddo. You know that you're going to grow this, but you're going to put it away. We don't have a baseball strike, which is good. We have an Olympics. The only problem is it's not in the United States because it would have really shot mustard up. But I would say I'm not a seller until 85, 90. I would just put it away. And I've got that for you. Yes, there we are. And I'm not going to sell brown until I hit 75. And 77 comes to mind. I'm not going to be a seller until I hit that. So I was teasing you. I wasn't teasing you when I said you're going to grow it and put it away. You don't do any Oriental, though, do you? Yeah? Yeah, Oriental, I don't think I would be selling Oriental until I hit 75 again. Yeah. Mm-hmm. She really does. Yeah. John DePap on canola. And then also on lentils, though, John, what the heck's John's name out of Stats Publishing out of Vancouver. He used to be in Manitoba. He actually is where Marlene gets the numbers from. But, yes. Yep. Very, very, very good to subscribe to. And it's cheap. Terribly cheap for the good information. Okay, any other crops? No? Well then, for you guys, what time is it? Look at that, 2 o'clock nap. I hit it bang on. Okay, don't forget your sandwiches in your jacket. So is there any other questions? Brett? Oh, we better do that, just so that you don't have to run to the flower shop.
You bet.
Al?
Danica, do you want to come give me a hand drawing? We'll just do it back here so I don't wreck the flowers.
Canary, absolutely. I've got canary seed. Now, canary seed is a little bit different. There's sunflowers, red lentils, chickpeas, canary seed. The only thing I don't, so we're looking at about $9.50 a ton. The biggest problem we're having is not a lot of demand for canary seed. It's going into Mexico. It's not going to Japan. Going into the U.S., not a huge amount of demand, so about $9.50 a ton. So what would that be in cents a pound? 40 cents, I think, something like that. Does that sound about right? Just hang on a second, maybe I do got it. No, I don't. But yeah, it's still, like, if I was going to grow canary seed, I wouldn't be selling it right now. I just put it away, right? It's very good profit. But 80 cents is better. Well, the same thing with when we were talking about, what did mustard hit, 260 or something like that? It was bizarre. Even $1.20. Okay,
all right, we're ready to draw. So we've got a couple of door prizes here. Danica, one of our relationship managers from the Delisle Harris regions, here to draw a name. So first up, we've got a Prairie Center goodie basket full of lots of good things. Oh, sorry. And the winner for that one is Kelly Sedgwick. So if you want to, oh, there you go. It looks like Danica's going to run it to you.
See, you don't have to buy anything for the wife tonight.
All right, and next up we've got a wonderful bouquet of flowers for your Valentine or yourself. We don't judge. And that goes to Trevor Winnie. So congratulations, Trevor. And we've got a box here to wrap it up. I'll take it over with you. Wonderful. So before, I know, Brad, you're about to go into cattle, I think. So I don't know if anybody is going to be leaving, but if so, let's just give Brad a round of applause for his wonderful outlook.
Thank you, everybody.
Different
Thank
crops.
you very much.
And thanks to all of you for attending.
Thank you, guys. Thanks, Blair. Okay. You guys that are on the green, you can go have a nap. Then we'll talk about cattle. Have a good year, you guys, eh? Yeah. None. Yeah, we got a little bit of snow, like a skiff, and then what happens? The warm weather comes and the grass comes right back out. Like, it's just ridiculous. No, we are very dry. Yeah, our guys are digging with our backhoes for putting pipe in the ground, and they're coming up, and it's just pure powder as they dig. Oh, that's for sure. Very scary. Nice to see you again. I always look forward to seeing you. We haven't seen a lot of chickpeas being grown in Saskatchewan. A lot of that's because of some sort of mold conditions that we had a few years ago. Chickpeas are in high demand, particularly out of India. Production rose in, obviously, Saskatchewan, but very marginally when we look at sort of total supply. So total supply fell about 37% to a very low 21,000 tons in 2023. When we look at price on the 9 millimeter caboolies, sitting in around about 55 cents last week, quite strong. If I'm looking at selling caboolies, certainly 55 I would be selling. If I could get 50 to 55 for next year, I would absolutely be signing contracts on the 9 millimeters. If we look at sort of the Desis, they've really come up since July. We're sitting at about 32 cents, sitting about 38 cents. Last year, we gave you a price of about 36 cents. So we're close to the price. Again, I would say that at 34 cents on the Desis, I would be signing contracts. I would be letting go most of my chickpeas if I did have old crop at our current levels, say about 36, 37 cents. If we look at profitability, let's take a look at the Desis, for example. Let's do 1,300, almost 1,400 pounds at 34 cents. That's my price for next year. 472. It's going to cost me around about $303 to put the crop in the ground, but that is still going to give me solid profitability of $168.79. Again, my $132 for living in debt, is still going to give me very, very, very reasonable $36 to grow the operation. On the 9s, let's say we go to 45 cents. My profit increases to about 136, but again, that's on 1,433. On the 7s, Kabulis, I've got 45 cents again, 1,400 pounds is going to give me about $195.71. So that gives you an idea on the sort of the outlook on the Kabulis and the chickpeas, the Desis for 2024. Again, if that's sort of my price range. Desi's 34, anything over that I'm going to be selling. 45 on the 9, and then about, say, 45 again on the 7s. Anything over that, and I'm going to be then contracting. Okay. Move into cattle. I'm going to give you I wanted to show you a couple interesting things here. One of the things that we talk about is exporting nations. Who are the biggest exporting nations? And these might actually surprise you. Brazil produces and exports the most amount of beef globally. Australia is second. But how many people would have said that India was third? It's very surprising. United States at 1.29, and we come down to Canada. Uruguay and Paraguay, a lot of the Uruguay, Paraguay, New Zealand is going to be cow beef, not a lot of high quality beef. We talked about the Canadian dollar being around about 74 cents next fall for when we were going to sell calves. We did talk about barley production. Of course, we're actually buying corn versus buying barley. Now, I put this up. This is a meat value by production. And we've got cattle, the highest valued meat. That doesn't mean, though, that we sell, that actually we consume more chicken in North America than we do beef now. So I just wanted to show you, value-wise, beef is the most, but we actually eat more chicken than we do beef. This is commercial red meat production. The reason why I have it up there is, if we look at our cow beef, it's 2023 is in red, and we are certainly below the previous year. And that is, of course, the reasons for that is we don't have a lot of farrowings of sows, and we have lower cattle numbers in North America. This is where, though, this is very, very important. If you're a beef guy, actually, one of the most important concepts that we deal with in the cattle business is how much are we farrowing, how much pigs do we have. This is the quarterly December 1st, 2023 pigs, hogs and pigs report, and you can see that in 2020, 2021, 22, and 23, they're very, very flat. That's good for us. We don't want a lot of pork coming to market, otherwise we have to discount beef. So if we look at sows farrowing, again, 20, 21, 22, 23, very flat. Part of that is because, I'm going to get to here, because there's not a lot of profitability in the pig business right now. We're selling lean hogs, April lean hogs, in around 70 cents a pound. That's not profitable. We don't hit profitability now to about 86 cents American dollars is where we break even on our pigs. So that actually tells me that we're not going to have a tremendous amount of pigs coming to market anytime soon, which is good. Otherwise, we got to discount pork. The other thing that we look at is the amount of frozen meat, particularly beef going into the U.S. or going into the storage lockers. If we look at 2022, we had a lot of beef coming to market, but it was not getting eaten up in barbecue season. April, May, June, July, August, September is barbecue season. And we put a lot of beef into cold storage. What that means is that the consumer wasn't buying at the price the retailer was offering at, where this year, if we look at 2023, we have very, 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 very low amount of beef going into cold storage. That means, from an economist point of view, that beef, both in the feedlot, the packer and the retailer, everybody is very current. Current means that as we grow the beef, it gets to a sale size, it gets sold, it goes to the packer cuts it, it goes to Safeway and is immediately sold. We never want to see beef going into cold storage, or what happens is we have to discount it because we got to fire sale it out. So in 2023 and in 2024, we do not anticipate at all looking at cold storage stocks. We have a robust U.S. economy in comparison with other countries. We are selling beef. It's in high demand, and we don't expect beef to go into cold storage. That's very, very important for fall calves. The same thing happened in pork, so we had a very strong market in frozen pork as well. Chicken, we were putting more and more chicken into cold storage. Everybody goes, oh, that's just terrible. That's where it should stay. Obviously, I'm a beef guy. But the reason being is, if we look back here, actually what was happening in the beef market was, in 2022, we talked about it going in. What was happening was we were eating a lot of chicken in 22. 23, we ate more beef. Kind of interesting. Cattle numbers are record low. We haven't seen these numbers on the cow numbers, total cattle and calves, since 1956. And on the beef cows, we haven't seen this low since 1954. Anybody remember 1954? Al? I'm making money here. You realize this, eh? Cattle in feedlots, everybody's all freaking out. We got a lot of cattle on feed. No, we don't. Because if we look at this chart here, this is the feedlot numbers in placement. So what month? And what happened was in 2022, it was very, very dry. And we moved a lot of cattle in June, July, and August into the feedlot. And actually, it was very, very similar. If we start in July, August, by the time we hit August, September, we put a huge amount of cattle into the feedlot. Now, why is that important to us? Because they went in early. Now, normally what we would do is we would take those cattle and put them out on Oklahoma wheat pasture. This year we're not doing that because we didn't have that Oklahoma wheat pasture to rely on. We put the cattle in quicker. It was very warm. That means they're going to finish faster. And the market now is flipping over. My feedlots are all selling their cattle, and they're buying back 850 pounds. And those are going to be what is going to be very valuable in the next 2 to 3 weeks. So, anybody do we have any cattle in the pens right now that are 700-800 pounds? Probably by about March 1st, we're going to see that market really rally up. I've talked about slaughter already. This is just slaughter weight. Commercial calf slaughter, 23 was down. Federally inspected average weight of the carcass, pretty average, 935 pounds, pretty average. Run-of-the-mill kind of numbers. But top producing nations, United States, Brazil, I get that. How many people would have said that China is the third largest beef producer in the world? It's not that everybody has 100, everybody's just got one, right? European Union, India, Argentina, Mexico, Australia, Russia, and Canada. Biggest top 10 producing nations in North America. Texas, obviously, they have more cows than Canada does. Oklahoma is number 2. Missouri, number 3. Nebraska, then Alberta at about 1.6 million head. South Dakota, Kansas, Montana, Saskatchewan, and Kentucky. Makes no sense. When you think of Kentucky, what do you think about? Horses, yeah. Do you know that Kentucky has almost 3 times more cows than Manitoba does? I never knew that. And I spent my life looking at cattle in the U.S. Like, it makes no sense. Beef demand is going to go up or down based on the U.S. economy. We've already talked about the cattle on feed. This is Canadian cattle. Now, this one's ones that blows me away. Back in 2005, we had 17 million head, and now we have less than 12 million head. We lost 5 million head of cattle since 2005. Isn't that unbelievable? I've never seen that before. Saskatchewan, we've lost about 500,000 head of cattle. Or, sorry, in the beef cow, we've lost about, going back. We're about, in 2024, we're going to be right around about 3.1 million cows in Canada. Actually, Manitoba is the worst. We've lost the most amount of cattle. 389,000. We used to have about 780,000 head of cattle in Manitoba. Saskatchewan, though, is about 1 million head, and Alberta's the big dog, about 1.6 million. Saskatchewan cow herd sitting right around 1 million head. We already talked about that. Beef production in 2024, we're down because we have less calves. Less cows, less calves means less production. In kilogram values, though, we're going to hit somewhere around about $6.5 billion. A lot of that is going into, of course, into the United States. Some going over to Japan. These are live cattle, Canadian live cattle exports. Geez, it's hard for me to say. I'm surprised that we're not actually exporting more live cattle or feeder cattle to the States, giving that they have the opportunity to buy based on our 75-cent dollar. We talked about import or exports, feeder exports. I'm going to click through. Fed cattle, just giving you the 5-year average versus 2023. Just, again, denotes a pretty strong market. Canadian cow slaughter was up, particularly through August, September, October. Now, this is where I wanted to get to, just to show you where our exports are going. The blue here is all of the United States. Of course, this was, they were getting into BSE and country of origin labeling. But this is, here we go, here's the blue, is going to be the U.S. We still ship around 76 to 82% of our beef goes into the United States. Next is going to be Mexico, then Japan. Then we get into other countries like South Korea, Southeast Asia, that kind of stuff. Exports to the U.S., we already talked about. Exports to Japan, just looking at it by picture. This year we only moved around about $350 million worth of beef to Japan. A lot of our beef goes into the United States and ends up in Japan, where they package it together with their high quality beef. Western Canadian, I wanted to show you the story. This is total Canadian cattle slaughter, about just over 3 million head. Of that, we're doing well over 2.5 million head, and just shows you how powerful Western Canada is compared to Quebec and Ontario. Carcass weights, 7 pounds. What do I want to get to? Steer weights, already talked about. I get into a whole bunch of stuff that cattle on feed, barley production, barley price, steer profitability. This is where I wanted to get to. So we're sitting somewhere in the 230, 235 range of the futures on the fed cattle market, feeder cattle market. Now, a lot of guys try to say, okay, that if I've got 235 American, what is my 600-pound calf going to be worth? Well, the problem is this is not 600-pound animal. These are 770-pound animals. And I expect that feeder market to be well into the 255 by we get to about the 15th of March, 12th of March, and maybe a little bit even higher than that. I'm not a seller of 7s or 8s right now. I'm going to wait for a couple weeks and see how much grass we have. Fed cattle futures 7. And again, I'm not going to be selling my feeder cattle at that. My fed cattle at that. I'm going to wait for $1.90 American, of course, or better. I do have feedlots in the United States that are having to sell cattle. They are finished, but we've already hedged those cattle back in September. So what I'm trying to tell you is the feedlots are buying your cattle at a good price. We've got $6 corn or $6 barley. At that, we should be making money in feeding cattle, both in Canada and the United States. That means a lot to the cow-calf guy because the more money the feedlots make, the more money they're willing to offer you in the fall for your calves. Feeder steer prices. This is just showing you. Last year, I was very upset with the market. This was 2022, and I knew that how much profit the packer was making and the retailer was making. So buying a weekly fed steer at $1.70 was just astronomically stupid. But that was what was happening. Today, we're starting to get into the $2.50 range. At least we were in week 24, 25 of 2023. Fed steer basis is $8. Where do I want it? D1 and D2 cows. So D1 and D2 cows, usually the high in the market is going to be March, usually March the 1st. We're going to be selling D1 and D2 cows into, say, $1.20, probably as much as $1.40. $1.30 on average. I think I'd probably start to let my cows go. And we do have a fair number of cows that guys are going to let go in the next couple of weeks. Cow slaughter. There we go. So the big question that everybody wants to know is, what am I going to get for my calf in the fall? We were very, very close last year. We figured that we were going to average about 370. I think I said 375, 376. I think that's pretty much what we averaged. Showy steers went into the $4 this fall. Heifers were off quite a bit, anywhere from 32 to 36 cents. For this fall, we're looking at showy animals, not too fat, good frames, probably in the 405, 415 range, with the heifers going at about 376, 380, 100 weight. And again, good, strong animals. The biggest problem that we're having when the guys report about buying 7 or 8 weights right now is they're too fat. And that's because it's been so warm, okay? Just a little bit you got to be careful of that. Your animal looks really, really good. You want to sell it, but then they get discounted at the auction mart because they're just too heavy for their frame. On the 7 to 8 weights, like I said, we're going to be well into the 290 or better range. In fact, there were even some prices that were well over that, for some very showy animals going into Lethbridge or Brooks or down into Nebraska. Okay, every year I do a budget for everybody on the cow-calf cost. What I wanted to show you, though, is what did I use for the hay price? Because that's the difference right now. I used $120 a ton. That's not you buying it. That's you cutting it, wrapping it, and dropping it in your yard. We haven't fed it yet, so about $120 a ton. And again, if you got to buy hay, that number's way out. But our total feed cost then would be about $490, so call it $500. My other costs, all in at the end of the day, I think it's going to cost about $1,200 to maintain a cow or raise a calf. That means that all in with my debt, my living, probably around $1,650 is what it's going to cost me to keep a 300 cow herd per animal. Now, if we are selling them on average for, say, let's just pick for easy round number, 600 pounds at $4, $2,400. At $1,600 cost, I'm not doing too bad on my cattle. Actually, I'm doing very, very good. And with that, I need to have questions. Any questions? Brett? That was a combination, you know, we had gone through BSE and then country of origin labeling where they wouldn't let us move the cattle. Yep. And you know the other thing is, it's my age. I sold about 10 years ago, right? At 50. Dad had a heart attack and couldn't work, like couldn't do anything. So we had to make a decision. So it's age is what I'm trying to tell you, Bill. You know, really. And that's not only in Canada, in the US. Like when I go down to Oklahoma, man, the guys are getting older and older. They're getting less and less too. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much again, Brad, and thanks to everybody for attending. For those of you who are online, thanks so much for joining us. As Brad said, we are going to make the material available as well as a recording. If you've registered, we'll email you when that information's available. Likely going to be on our website. We'll work out those details and make sure everybody's in the loop. But Brad, thank you once again for coming. Really appreciate it. Always so much value. And thanks to you all for joining online or in person. And thanks once again to Saskatoon Audiovisual for helping us out with our AV needs. So thanks all for coming. Have a wonderful day.